All right, there we go. We got commercials running right now. Or wait a minute, do we have? Oh yeah, we got commercials running right now. Here, let's go. Let's go ahead and drop this. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Here, baby. DealOnKC.com.
Yes, indeed. Go ahead and get that
You
gear,
know what it
baby.
is,
Get that
Warren.
gear.
What's man? Y'all in here, boy? I'm scared to
Early and often.
I'm scared to scroll back and see what's going on. I have a feeling just looking at Roddy's message right here, but yeah, yep. I see it. All right. I see it. Muttley in here with his thoughts on John. Damn, did we already? We already got the boot on Twitch. We've been on about 66 seconds, and Twitch already booted us out of there. Come on,
Twitch. Come on.
Twitch be on a struggle bus. Yeah, that's probably true. Boy, truth is, man, we could do a whole lot on that subject. A whole lot. Okay.
Hey.
Here we go. Oh, it's just a reminder. We're not Amazon, so I was actually just checking our order. We ain't gotten our stuff either.
It's cold.
It's on the way. It's on the way.
In the mornings. It is. Yeah. It is cold. I don't care what you Midwest Chicago people like to talk about in here. It's cold, man.
I went jacket this morning with the girls. We went out. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to put the jacket on.
It's Mando at this point in time. I will drop Reese off every day at school, and it's just cold. It's just damn cold.
Yeah. For real?
I need a picture.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. Jesse looked like he working an event. You're gonna ask Jesse where your seat is.
You're gonna give away a stress relief basketball. 1320 stress reliever.
Oh man. And we welcome you in here to the Tuesday, October 12th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Man, listen to that joy in my man's voice today.
You heard that?
Listen to that excitement in my man's voice today. Come on, man.
Hey, but LeBron told us. We got one more. We got one more. One stop. One more. One stop.
That's
LeBron
all
told
that's
us.
ahead. That's all that's ahead. LeBron says so. One more. We'll dive into that. Man, what a night it was last night. Certainly newsworthy. Kings fans 3-0. It appears that the Kings are never going to lose another basketball game again.
It's the Davion effect.
The Davion Mitchell era has begun. To paraphrase good old JR, Davion Mitchell.
That's blue chipper right there.
That's blue chipper, right, man. That's 8 straight wins for Davion Mitchell. Has not experienced a loss in a Sacramento Kings uniform. We will talk a ton about that, and we'll talk a ton about the Sacramento Kings with a couple of different people. Jon Hollinger of The Athletic. He's doing team previews over there at theathletic.com. He just did a preview on the Sacramento Kings. If you ever wondered how truly bad the Kings defense was last year, well, go check out what Jon Hollinger had to write about their performance last year.
Breaks it down.
We'll talk with him today about what the Kings have done better and what that may lead to this season. And then we'll talk with our man, Matt George, who's here for his weekly visit. Of course, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, will be with us at 3:20. Double duty with Matt George today, as we're going to go straight from our conversation at 3:20 right into an episode of the Locked On Kings podcast as soon as we wrap up today's episode of D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, man. Locked On Kings with our guy, Matt George. Back to back. We're going back to back.
Indeed. On a different note, Jon Gruden resigned.
Back to back. Jeez.
Yeah, we'll deal with Jon Gruden later, but like I can't take your joy away, man. We just got to ride with it here before we dive into the Kings in a few minutes. Before we dive into Davion Mitchell and some of the things he did last night. Hey, I'm cheering for the Giants because I'm cheering for you. I'm cheering for the Giants because I'm cheering for your happiness. I want Giants fans to be happy, and I do. I enjoy the Giants. If I had to pick a team in baseball, the Giants are the one that I grew up watching. I certainly don't have the vested interest in the Giants as a lot of people do, so I felt like I was just kind of watching from a sports broadcaster's perspective. I don't know why my heart was beating at the race that it was, or at the pace that it was. I don't know why I was doing the old, knee hand tapping, knee tapping. I don't know why I was doing that for the 8th inning and certainly in the 9th inning, man. But what a phenomenal game! What a phenomenal performance! And you 107 wins, 106 wins. That's the type of game that you expect from these two ball clubs.
Man, oh man, oh man. I mean, from the sixth, I can't even say the 6th inning on. I mean, I was standing up in the 1st inning when they got 2 runners on against Scherzer. I was like, yo, we got to cash in. You get 2 runners on against Scherzer at any point, you got to get something. They didn't get it. I was hot. I know, like, if Jazz really wanted to, like, go viral or something like that, she could, like, sneak a camera in or sneak footage of me watching these games, especially these playoff games, because I'm sure I look like a nut. I'm standing for most of the time. I don't eat. Like, I don't eat during playoff games or 49ers games for sure, because they feel like playoff because the regular season is so important. But, yeah, I don't eat, so they have dinner. While they have dinner, can't eat, and that's
why Kenny loses so much weight during the season. He can't. He fasts on Sundays.
I'm too locked in to be eating, spaghetti or something like that, man. I'm focused. But last night was crazy, Damian. First of all, we start off with the fact of the win at Dodger Stadium. Mm-hmm. The ghost of
kind of like the win
Park.
In my backyard last night.
Oh, don't even. I'm so mad at the win right now. We had a couple of casualties in my backyard. I'm not happy about. But I mean, this was the ghost of Candlestick Park coming down to Chavez Ravine, and I haven't spent a bunch of time down there, but I've gone to Dodger games. Obviously, I've seen them my whole life with Giants Dodgers. I've never seen the wind blow like that down there. Never. Ever, where Scherzer's getting blown off the mound and all this other stuff. And it played a factor last night in a number of different occasions. Obviously, you got the last play of the game where Gavin Lux.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Gavin Lux thought he had him one.
Shout out to our man Murph Dog, who hit us with the Price is Right tweet where the girl's jumping up and down when she lands on 100 and it keeps going and it hits the 15. You realize you ain't got nothing there.
We had a couple of Nick Young gifts going on because Gavin Lux, he hit that, put the hand up, put the finger up, start taking off, and he barely had a little warning track power.
I may have dropped an oh no. Like kind of like, oh no, this is so sad. Like when he hit it. I think we talked about this. I feel like we just talked about this with a different Giants game recently. There's a sound. Mm-hmm. When that ball hit the bat, it was like, oh no. And then his reaction, of course, the camera catches his reaction. But as soon as it goes to the outfield, it's look panicked back there. And then you heard at least on TBS, the wind pushed it down. The wind pushed it down.
Yeah.
All right. That ain't my problem. You should have hit it harder then.
Yeah. Not my job. Not my issue. You know what I mean? As we like to say on here. Well.
I appreciate Dave Roberts because Dave Roberts was one of the only people who I saw say this. The Giants played in the wind too.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the Dodgers. It's not like the wind picked up every time the Dodgers were out there. Like both teams played in those same elements.
And Evan Longoria got one that got through that wind out there in left field. So, I mean, I was stressed. I was stressed from the moment. Well, Tyler Rogers, he always makes me stressed, even though he's like a really good pitcher, statistically very good. I'm never comfortable with Tyler Rogers in there. And then he comes in there and pitches a phenomenal 2 innings in the 6th and 7th. And then McGee comes into the game, gets a big strikeout, and I'm like, all right, that's cool, but you still got to face Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts did what I expected him to do in that position. He's going to get some good wood on the ball. He's going to get a hit. And tattooed one, but he tattooed one to that boy, Air Crawford, and that was his mistake. Brandon Crawford leaps up with James Ham had a 38-inch vertical. Brandon Crawford had a 58-inch vertical on that play.
Looked like James Ham out there.
Oh, my goodness. When he did that. Now, you've seen my house. I've got this open concept in my house. I'm just pacing throughout the entire house, just walking. Everybody else is asleep. Jazz sleep, Reese sleep. Everybody sleep in the house, and I'm just fist pumping in the air. I'm walking around. When Brandon Crawford makes that play, I lost my mind. And then the future, the guy that I like to call the future, Camilo Duvall. When he said he was going 2 innings, I said, whoa. What you mean he's going 2 innings? The young boy just got up here not too long ago. What you gonna put him in 2 innings in Dodger Stadium against this lineup to close it out? and in the words of Duvall himself, quote, I'm ready, Poppy. Let's go. He was ready. Got it 6 up, 6 down. Giants up 2-1 in the series and have a chance to close it out tonight. Now, Damian. This is going 5. And this ain't got nothing to do with my confidence in my team or anything else like that. Would you expect it to go any way in 2021 between the Giants and the Dodgers, but in a deciding game 5?
I would be more surprised if it ended tonight than if it went to game 5.
Me too.
I would be significantly more surprised than we talked about. When you play 19 freaking regular season games and the series is 10-9, you've got to expect that a 5-game series is going to come down to the 5th game. I hope we're pleasantly surprised in that. But I would be far more surprised if the Giants close it out tonight than if the Dodgers push to a game 5.
I heard a crazy stat about this Giants-Dodgers thing and the way the Giants play. I've said for a long time now, maybe August or so, or maybe it was July. I was like, the Giants aren't afraid of the Dodgers. And I think I said on these airways, I said the only team that I think can beat the Dodgers is the Giants, because the Giants look at them like, not only are you equal, but we should beat you. We're confident. They are not intimidated at all. But check this out. Giants win 1-0 yesterday. That is the 3rd time this year the Dodgers have been shut out by the Giants. 3rd time, including playoffs. 3rd time. The Dodgers were only
in this series.
2nd time in the series. The Dodgers were only shut out by the rest of the league 4 times this year.
Wow.
And the Giants have done it 3, including play. This series is crazy. Now, you want to see the smile on my face that they are able to do the unthinkable and close it out tonight. Oh, they're going to have to surgically remove the smile from my face. But I'm prepared for game 5. I'm prepared for it. Mentally, emotionally, I'm prepared for it to go 5.
Okay. All right. You're throwing out numbers there. Some more numbers for you. 1-0 with the 1 run coming off a home run. It's only the 2nd time that the Giants have ever done that. Last time, 1923. The 1923 World Series. Perhaps of more important note, that was the Dodgers' first loss with Max Scherzer as the starter. They're 12-1 now since acquiring Max Scherzer. That's a phenomenal stat.
The Dodgers, I think they were talking about on the broadcast, they won 16 straight games, 18 straight home games, something crazy like that. 16, 18 straight home games, like you mentioned. They hadn't lost with Max Scherzer on the mound. And through all of that, the Giants went into the belly of the beast. And let me say this. I got to point this out. And this is, as much as I have no problem taking shots, I don't mean to take shots at the Dodgers fan base as a whole. But that had to be one of the worst playoff crowds I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was a damn morgue. It was a damn library at Dodger Stadium last night. It was terrible. It was quiet and it was garbage.
Dodgers crowds strike me like Warriors crowds. Warriors fans at the arena are front runners. And if you're winning, they're really loud. There's no question about that. They're loud. But if you're losing, if the Warriors are, that crowd ain't gonna pick them up. That crowd ain't gonna get them going. They're gonna sit there on their phones and go back to the sushi bar, whatever they got at the Chase Center, and go to the buffet or whatever they got. They ain't gonna do nothing there.
Nah,
that's what last night sounded like to me.
And look, to be fair and to them or whatever, I've seen Dodger Stadium in a different state in the playoffs. Like I've seen it raucous. I'm like, yo, that's a vibe in there. It's a movie. There's energy going on. I've seen it. It was far from that last night. And not only are we talking about the playoffs, this Giants Dodgers is 1-1. You got a chance to take control of the series, and that place was just a wasteland last night. It was terrible.
No, I get it. Just real quick, you've been to Dodger Stadium playoff game?
No.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure because I thought that's what you said, and
I said I've been there. I meant to say I've seen it. Like I've seen it on TV.
I was going to make sure.
No. I ain't been to no Giants.
Real Giants fan.
If it was Giants Dodgers, yeah, I'd be there. I have no problem being at Dodger Stadium.
For sure.
If it's Dodgers, anybody else, what would I be doing down there?
I have no idea, but we're going to step out. We're going to come back, and it's fun talking about the Dodgers and the Giants. But we got to talk about perhaps the greatest basketball team we have ever seen. All outward appearances now with Davion Mitchell on the roster. The Kings are never going to lose again.
Facts.
They beat a version of the Portland Trailblazers last night, just not the version you know. Perhaps yesterday was a glimpse into the future of the Portland Trailblazers. We'll talk about that, the latest Kings win. We'll talk about Davion Mitchell. The love for Terence Davis continues to grow. We've got all of that coming up here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Steelo and KC, we're just getting started on ESPN 1320. Oh, it's my bad, Jesse. Sorry. I mean, it's true. It was a version. D version. It was D version of them.
The ironic thing about it, and we'll talk about it, I wasn't that far off from the Blazers. I wasn't that far off from what you're gonna get next Thursday or Wednesday or whenever they play.
Well, it's not that far off of what they might look like pretty soon.
Yeah, right.
Y'all better take a long, hard look at what you're putting out there during the preseason, because boy,
and enjoy Anthony Simons, because
he's good, bro.
I've been, he's like only 22. Feels like he's been in the league forever, but he got it there when he was like 17, I think. He did he was just super young. Anthony Simons is nice though.
Company loves hearing that.
Yes, indeed.
Get us put us over with the company. I got to turn this overhead fan off, man. Hang on. Acting like it's hot.
Congratulations on that, Jesse. Congratulations. Even though it was a little suspect on okay. I mean, all right, I just checked my text. Okay. That's what we're doing out here.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's what we doing out here.
I know. Another one arriving tomorrow.
Just cold.
I know. I was good though. It's been months. It hasn't been since like I accidentally won the cement fours, which I didn't really care about. Like I was just like, I'll enter. I ain't gonna win. Oh, I won. All right, cool.
I've done that a couple of times lately, and I've not won.
Yeah, I haven't entered any lately. Now I think about it. Like, do I really want these? Like, not that I don't like those. I think they were the fours that I got. They're fantastic. Just I ain't left my house.
I'm willing to sell. I wouldn't. I don't think wouldn't gouge nobody. I'd sell to make a profit. Like if
Yeah.
I'd make, I look to make $50,
Yeah.
something like that. I'm not gonna try to hit them. They had an article about Nike had an internal meeting about the sneakers app. Just like we're like, I don't know if it's lip service or whatever, but they were like, shout out Roddy. Big ups to my man Roddy. Just regular R. R. Oh man, the Ravens crazy.
Ooh.
But Nike was like they were, alienating their fan base, so they're seeing go to other places, like go get New Balances, just because they're getting frustrated with everything that's going on. So
Giants win tonight. 30% off DLoandKC.com.
Wow. You heard it.
We ain't gonna make shit from this website, boy. I'm gonna tell you that right now. We can't edit that out. There you go. The Giants win tonight. 30% off DLoandKC.com.
Ooh wee.
Ooh. Boy.
Ooh.
Check the balance on my credit card here. Make sure we're good.
Today's opposite day. Hold on, let me turn this fan on 1 second.
Did you turn yours on? I just turned mine off. Out here writing checks, our ass can't cash over on the stream. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Come hang out with us. You never know what kind of deals might pop up here. Exclusive to the chat house. Come check us out. That's Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Think everyone in the chat house is a Giants fan tonight. I think everybody's in there is a Giants fan tonight, but
look at us buying Giants fans out here.
Hey, let's go with it.
Do what you got to do.
Let's go with it.
I saw something real quick. I saw something that I mean, it'd be aggressive for me to say it made me mad. It didn't make me mad, but did you see what I put on the timeline earlier today, about an hour ago? They're remaking Home Alone.
Really? Oh. Okay.
It's just it's not a good look. It's not a good look.
We don't need to do that.
No. The original works just fine.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. It's a bit too soon for that. No need.
It technically probably isn't too soon. Home Alone came out in probably the early 90s. It's like
we don't need to do that.
We don't need to do it.
No, we don't. What we do need to do, though, is talk about the Sacramento Kings, the undefeated, never lost Sacramento Kings. 3-0 here in the preseason, 8-0 since Davion. Was it 8? Was it 5 games? I think it's 8-0, 8-ish and 0 since Davion Mitchell has become a Sacramento King. I don't know how much there is to really dive into last night. Obviously, there's some good to talk about. There's some bad to talk about. I think the most important thing we've got to throw out here, you brought this up earlier, like sometime last week, and we talked about it a little bit and then kind of moved on. Bro, if Davion Mitchell has an offensive game like we've seen this preseason, because that's an element that we haven't factored in when we've talked about Davion. We've talked about the defensive intensity. We've talked about holding players accountable. We talked about all of those different things while I think I even posed the question one time, if Buddy Hield wasn't here, if Buddy Hield was traded, do we have enough guys to pick up the slack on the offensive end if Buddy and Marvin both, were off somewhere and they wound up doing something for those guys? But I'm gonna steal your line, or I'm gonna repeat the line. Davion's got an offensive bag.
Come on, man. Come on, and this is not an admiration. This is not a fluke. All right. Number one, he's improved on his 3-point shooting pretty much every year. So that's going to continue. Number two, he works at that 3-point shooting. Like he's a gym rat. He has no choice but to get better. because he's just in there working. That's what he does. And then when you want to talk about quickness, when you talk about having the handle, he's got that.
Yeah.
Finishing around the rim, he's got that. And this is another guy, I talk about this often with different guys. Trey Lance comes to mind or whatever. Davion is the type of guy I believe will just figure it out. You know what I mean? Whatever. If there's anything that at the NBA level that he can't necessarily do as easily as he did at the college level, he'll figure it out. Finishing around the rim. He used to be able to just get it up there with a quick finger roll, right at the backboard. He's not able to do that at the NBA level because the guys are bigger, quicker, can jump a little higher. He'll work on the floater, getting it high off the glass. He will figure it out. This is why I continue to say I'm fully confident in Davion Mitchell. He is built for everything that I'm putting on him, that other people are putting on him, whether it's on the defensive end or the offensive end. I'm fully confident in it. He is built for all of this.
Davion plays like a veteran. Mm-hmm. He plays like he's been in the league years, and he has no problem adjusting, figuring things out. Like Davion was 7 of 12 from the field, 6 of 9 from 3 last night. He finished with 20. He was the team's leading scorer. It was his first start in the preseason here through the first 3 games. He was out there with Mo Harkless for journalistic purposes. It was Davion, Rashawn, Mo Harkless, and Harrison Barnes. We found out during yesterday's show that a couple of guys were sitting because of rest, and another guy was sitting because of a sore knee. So Marvin Bagley had started the game this year, this preseason. He was out. Of course, Buddy was out. Tyrese Halliburton didn't play. So Davion really, kind of stepped up. And again, we noted this yesterday. Portland played with like Larry Nance and Yusuf Nurkic. We saw Anthony Simons out there, who you've been a big fan of for a long time, man. That's a good ball player right there. But there was no Dame, there was no CJ. So they were playing.
Dennis Smith Jr. was out there though.
Dennis Smith was
team in Portland. I like Dennis Smith Jr.
He was definitely out there. I think he was going at it with your boy too. It's like you had to choose. You had to choose between your two loves out there with Dennis Smith Jr. and Terence Davis.
Yeah,
guys was going, and then if you stuck around a little bit longer on the broadcast, they appeared to hug it out and kind of talk through it.
Yeah, they're competing.
That's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Out there competing.
But Davion Mitchell, what he was able to do last night, especially with De'Aaron Fox struggling, Rashawn Holmes struggling offensively too. Well,
yeah. We didn't even talk about this, but I go into our show rundown, and one of the things that was in there is what I thought pretty much every time he was out there on the floor. I was like, oh, Rashawn, he's not moving the same way I'm used to seeing him move. He's a little lethargic or something like that. I don't know what it is.
He looks like he's out of it. I don't know what it is. Maybe that's I don't know. He just hasn't looked.
He doesn't look as locked in. And I'm not saying that he's not locked in mentally or anything, but he just doesn't look the same.
And remember, he's of the guys who are regularly starting. He's not playing a ton of minutes. I think we went over this, like 18 minutes one game, I think 13 another, just 20 minutes last night. Again, for the third straight game, it was the least amount out of all of the starters.
Yeah.
Davion played 31 freaking minutes last night. I don't think Davion's playing on Thursday, bro.
I don't think so either. I didn't need to see him come back in there in the fourth quarter. That could have been what's my man's name? I always put them together. Coleman. You combine Matt Coleman and Emmanuel Terry. I think that's what you do. I call him Terry Coleman last time.
Terry Coleman. What you talking about, Willis? You hit him with a Terry Coleman. Oh, that's funny. So, God rest Matt Coleman's basketball. So he was like
former Sacramento King great Matt Coleman.
Hey, Matt Coleman made an impact. I'll tell you that. Between some of the things he did in summer league and some of the things Mark Spears, rolled the undefeated bus over on him in summer league. Yeah, Matt Coleman, Kings legend.
Yeah, I could have saw Matt Coleman earlier yesterday instead of bringing Davion back, but yeah, I just
there's while we're there, there's one more cut to be made. It's because they cut DJ Stewart also, by the way. I guess we should tell the whole story. They cut Matt Coleman and DJ Stewart today. There's one roster spot left that they've got to free up. I assume, it comes down to Emmanuel Terry or Robert Woodard.
That's a tough one. I'll say this. For me, it's not tough.
Well, okay, and maybe someone hipper to the game could school us to this. I think Robert Woodard's paid this year, so it might just be Emmanuel Terry.
And see,
that could be wrong, but
no, I understand that aspect of it. I would say if you cut Emmanuel Terry, somebody's going to swoop him up. And this is no knock on Woodard. He's still young in his career, but if you cut Woodard, if you ever need to, if you ever want to, you might be able to swoop him back up because I don't think he's going to get picked up right away.
Sure. And I remember after Summer League, we were talking to Deuce and Mo about Emmanuel Terry potentially landing in Stockton, and they were like, I don't know that that's going to work. Like he might wind up on a roster somewhere. With that said, unless it's just like, hey, we want you here, but I don't know how much run you're going to get. We're going to let you get picked up by another roster. Maybe that's the type of thing. Right. But I don't really know. Robert Woodard has been more of a source of kind of frustration a little bit. Like or maybe not, maybe frustration is a bit too strong of a word, just more of a confused. He had some tough moments in the Summer League where it didn't feel like he ever kicked out of it.
So, and you're 100% right. But as I think about this, if you're the Sacramento Kings, you look at it as much as Emmanuel Terry is probably the better player right now. And shout out to D-Lo and KC. Shout out to ESPN 1320. The only ones giving you a breakdown of the 15th player that may be taken for the Sacramento Kings. But if we look at Emmanuel Terry as the better player right now, you wouldn't be wrong. But Emmanuel Terry, if Emmanuel Terry plays for the Kings this year, that's a bad sign because they've got like 5 guys in front of him on the roster. And if we get to the point where it's like, yo, let's give Emmanuel a shot, that means all these guys that got hurt or they're just playing terrible. Bad sign, right? So like you mentioned, they may go to Terry and be like, Terry, we really like you, but we got a log jam here. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. And we want you to get an opportunity to land somewhere and get a real opportunity. Whereas with Woodard, he may not be ready at all, which I don't think he is. But that wing position, big wing, that's a gaping hole for you organizationally. So let him go down there, work on his game for half the year, for the entire year. Remember, he didn't get a training camp last year or a real summer or G League. He had they were in the Gubble, but it wasn't a real G League experience. Let him get that year, work on his game, work on some stuff with Bobby Jackson. And this is what you talk about when you talk about developing players. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily write him off after a year and say, well, he is what he is. You say, no, we still see something there, but we're going to work with him to help him get better. So maybe that's the way you go. You think a little long term and you keep Woodard around. You invested money in him. You invested a draft pick in him, and you see if you can make that work.
I don't like that idea. I just don't. I mean, given what Woodard would do this season, the entirety of the season, do you think there could be that much growth to where you're not just releasing him next year or letting him go next year or not re-signing him next year?
There's potential for it. There is potential for it. Do it. Right. Look, now, ask me, do I believe in it? No.
Well, see, and
do I believe in it?
You tell me. You tell me.
I don't know. Yeah, but you got to, take a shot. And the only reason I say that is, like I said, Terry's not going to play this year in Sacramento, and if he does, it's going to be all bad.
Yeah,
not because of him, but because of everybody that's in front of him.
Well,
give him that opportunity.
But what you're failing to account for, Kenny, and I'm disappointed in this. How many blowouts the Sacramento Kings are going to have this year? Like, they're going to be winning games by such an astonishing amount of points. Like Emmanuel Terry, he might be playing like half of the fourth quarter.
True. Very true.
I mean, as the Kings go to what I'm assuming, 76-6 feels conservative right now with the way they're playing in this preseason.
Well, people like to say, you say 76-6, we're just being realistic.
Yeah, that's it.
We're just being realistic.
That's all it is.
Don't blame me for being realistic.
Our man Will Griffith at the Kings Herald taps in here with some notes on Emmanuel Terry's Exhibit 10 contract. Says it allows him to participate in that franchise's training camp, and the team will control that player's G League rights. So Emmanuel Terry, of course, is a part of the Sacramento Kings training camp, which means they have the opportunity to sign him to a G League contract. I understand this right, Will Griffith, because they can't sign him to a two-way contract because those two-way spots are accounted for. Yeah. So the belief, I guess the conversation I would hope the Sacramento Kings have with Emmanuel Terry is, we're going to let you go because we believe you're going to get picked up by another NBA roster. Or we can sign you to a Stockton Kings deal. Right.
And in that situation, the ball is going to be in his court, because they were like, look, we're not willing maybe to keep you on the roster.
Yeah.
But if you want us to let you go and give you an opportunity to go somewhere else, maybe, we'll be open to that. Or you could stay here and be on the G League contract and be on the grind that way.
And I'm also wondering if maybe they don't have to release him. Maybe if he signs with another team, he signs with another team, but he can't sign with the G League team. Like if he's going to play in the G League, it's going to be with Stockton. Whereas
it's like
he has the ability to sign with the Portland Trailblazers or whoever.
I feel like that might be like in the NFL. If they pick somebody up off your practice squad, they have to go to your roster.
It has to be the roster,
put them back on the practice squad. So same thing with the G League and stuff. So.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate Will Griffith for tapping in and sending those notes. Look at this. Look at David right here. Kings Summer League champs and preseason champs. Man, you guys, David, that means everything. So in all seriousness, we're obviously having fun with the Kings being, 3-0, and it's nice to celebrate victories, whether they be big victories or small victories. It doesn't matter. It's Kings basketball. Celebrate a victory.
Yeah.
But if you really want to be realistic with ourselves and have a conversation, you look at the improvement that they made, and let's just measure preseason to preseason. Let's just look at last preseason and measure it against this preseason. They are noticeably better on the defensive end. You see it in I had a note here. Here, they've given up 3 30-point quarters in the 12 that they've played. 3 30-point quarters. One of them was yesterday in the second quarter, and Luke Walton knew that one was bad. He acknowledged it. He was like, I thought we played really well for the most part of the game. I thought we let way too many things slide in the second quarter. The other 2 30-point quarters this preseason were in the fourth quarter of games that they won handily. They're better defensively. Now, what this means when Steph Curry is out there, or Dame Lillard, or Donovan Mitchell, the other D Mitchell in the league, when they're on the other side of the floor, we'll find out, how strong this defense is. But measuring preseason to preseason, the team is better.
Yeah, absolutely.
The team is better defensively.
And people will look at last night's game and say Portland didn't have Dame or CJ, and they're 100% right. And Kings had Fox. But other than that, they were missing a starter in Tyrese Halliburton, and potentially, I think one of them would start, whether it's Tristan or Marvin. So they were missing 2 starters in that situation. and they were still able to handle the Blazers relatively easily. And the Blazers team had, just like the Kings, had guys who are going to play. Like, this wasn't the Clippers in the second half the other night when they just had their entire rookie class and G League guys out there. Larry Nance Jr. is like a starting player for them. Nurkic is a starting player for them. Anthony Simons, he is not maybe a starting
He's gonna be a player.
Yeah, he can play.
Yeah.
And he's in their rotation. So
like Buddy Hield last night. 1 of 9 from 3.
He was getting them up from beyond the arc.
He was about 4 shots and 2 makes from elite status. If he had just gone 3 of 13, we would have been talking about Anthony Simons being an elite shooter.
And you and Warren brought up a good point. Well, what does that make Davion? If Buddy's elite, what
Larry
does that
Bird.
make Davion?
Davion out there like Davion out there like Larry Bird. Man.
So then people thought, they knew when they saw it, we was going to talk about it a little bit. I don't mean to, blow this guy up every single game, but we got the full Terence Davis experience last night. Man. The full El Caballo Loco experience. He can be hot. He can be cold. He can be composed. He can be wild. We got the full experience last night. He was cooking in that first half.
He did. He really was cooking in the first half. And then he wasn't. Then he was just like, the meal wasn't finished, and he was just like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to be in the kitchen anymore. Like, I'm out. But overall, you had to walk away happy with, because you've been singing the praises of Terence Davis for months now. You had to walk away feeling good about that.
I just think he's a good player for that role. You know what I'm saying? That off the bench role. And there's also something to be said about a guy who, I think it was James Ham when he was with us last week. And obviously everybody wants to start and play 35 minutes, but Terence Davis is like, if this is my role, I'm cool. Like, I'll excel in that, off the bench. I'm going to get some looks. I'm going to get some opportunities to do some things out there on the court. And that's cool with me. I'll go out there and be the best I can in that role. And there's something to that as far as just knowing your role, accepting your role, understanding your role. One less thing that you have to worry about if you're a coach or trying to put a team together. You got a guy slotted in where he's at. Buddy Hield may accept that role this year or whatever the case may be. I don't know. But in past, it seems like he has been reluctant to accept that role. And you got a guy right there that's just as, if not more productive, that is accepting of his role out there and play defense in that role as well. So I like what Terence Davis brings to this team. Now, the thing about TD is you just got to always be aware. Like, if that was a real game last night, I probably would have gave him the hook in the second half. Like, it didn't carry what he did. Yeah, what he did in the first half didn't carry over. I'm going to be quick to get Halliburton back in there, or Fox, whoever, Davion, whatever the case may be. You got to always be aware. You got to always be looking at TD and see how he's going.
Buddy's on the roster, so we can't pretend like he's not. Is 22 minutes more than what Terence Davis will play during the regular season?
20, like 22. For Buddy?
No, I'm asking Terence Davis.
He's not playing 22. I don't think he's playing 22 minutes a night. That's going to be, if I had to guess, more around 13 to 15.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah. He might not even have he might not even have a chance to you might only get one Terence Davis experience a night. You might not have enough time to give you both. Like, he's gonna be hot, and he gonna be hot, and the second he maybe misses one or two or a couple of things go wrong or whatever, he might get the hook. Another another thing about Terence Davis, and this just isn't TD, it's Chimezie Metu, it's Alex Lynn. I feel like in times in the past, years past, there's been a concern about where the energy is going to come from. Energy is coming from everywhere. But I just mentioned Terence Davis. Like, Davion Mitchell almost certainly isn't coming off the bench. Like, Davion Mitchell's ultimate energy. There's so many different guys who are bringing like an elite level of energy to the floor that this organization has lacked for so long.
Energy and toughness. Like, these guys aren't getting pushed
around.
around. Mo Harkless ain't getting pushed around. Terence Davis isn't getting pushed around. Him and Dennis Smith Jr. getting into it.
Yeah, I mean, if they get pushed, they push him back.
Facts.
Ain't
Alex
gonna be-
Lynn ain't getting pushed. Tristan Thompson ain't getting pushed around. Yeah, energy.
We know Chemezzi will just punch you in the nose.
Straight up.
Like, he ain't having it. He'll
Freeport
throw
all
hands.
day. Airway, stand up.
Right there on the corner.
Executive Airport, stand up. This is
Let's
what we're
go.
doing.
By the way, you have no idea how much it means to us when we go to Twitter during a Kings game and see someone tweet Freeport in all caps whenever Chemezzi does something awesome.
Hey, I hesitate to say this on the air, but I'm going to say it anyway. Jesse, Don, put that on a shirt.
Well, that'll be available somewhere else by the end of the day. We need to get a Freeport shirt over at DeloandKC.com. We need to get on that. Dave Garcia, Donnie, if you're out there, we need to get a Freeport shirt on. Figure out the perfect way to make that pop. We'll come back. We touched on it, glossed over it a little bit. I think I want to talk a little bit more about Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah, okay.
Talk a little bit about Rashawn. Talk a little bit about Harrison, De'Aaron, some of the mainstays, and we are going to get into the Jon Gruden situation as we roll along. And I'm just going to be real. We're going to have the most anticlimactic D'Lo and KC power rankings in the history of the show. At least on my end. It's all coming up here. Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app, Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's it. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I'm making the mistake of trying to catch up on the chat. I'm just gonna not.
Yeah, I'm too. Yeah.
TC on the line. All right, let's talk TC. Talk to TC here in a minute. Okay, guys, what's Clandy, man? Oh my! Wow. Oh wow! Jesus. Okay then. Oh. Yep, never mind. Nobody, don't answer. Don't answer. Just never mind. Like, oh, I got fuzzies on my.
Oh my!
Let's get these fuzzies off my hoodie, my crew neck here.
Y'all crazy.
My Red Fox crew neck. Let's just. Yeah. Never mind. Never mind.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. So, guys, hey, you know what? Have you guys seen our new merchandise over here? Have you guys seen our Chatty House Party shirt? Have you guys seen this? Look at that. Go get you one of those. Have you seen this Black Bottles
Fire
collection? It's not even just a hoodie. It's a Black Bottles collection. T-shirts, wine tumblers, water bottles. Just Hey, let's go to commercial. I'm designing some new D'Lo and Casey face masks over there. If anyone's interested.
Oh man. Well, Astros and White Sox.
Hey, Red Sox
never talk about that, but hell, we're talking about anything right now. It's 2-1. It's 2-1. I'm breaking all the rules just to get off of that. The Astros up 2-1. Oh man.
Someone help Leezy. Oh, damn, TC ain't got no patience.
TC, come on.
Come on, on, TC.
You gotta grind it out, big dog.
Oh man.
You gotta grind it out.
So, anybody had any of that good gas station fried chicken lately?
You know what? That sounds like a good idea today.
Oh man.
I need to call my guy. Well, I just hit him up. Like, hey, I might be pulling up.
You know what? The healthier, like the stricter I eat, the more I crave stuff like that. I'm back on. I'm tightening up. I could really go for some gas station fried chicken right now.
Oh my goodness.
Crunchy chicken indeed.
Now, see, that's
terrible.
where I do draw the line. I can't have 7-Eleven food.
That's awful.
You know what we didn't bring up in the rundown that I meant to? Kyrie Irving.
Oh, it's here.
Oh, you got it in there.
It's here.
Did you see who's co-signing him right now?
Him?
Yeah.
No.
DTJR. DT Jr.
Oh. Okay. There's no way to abort the show at this point, so we might as well just. There's no eject button.
It's a crazy day.
Worst thing you could do: go to commercial. Hey, what's the chat house talking about? Worst mistake you can make.
What's the what? I think that's Parks and Recreations, where Childish Gambino, Anthony Glover, walks in and the house is on fire. Walks in with the pizza. Yeah. That's how the chat. Hey, what's going on in the chat? And you just see this fire.
Oh my! There is no eject button here on D'Lo and KC. We're with you, and Kenny hipping me to some news for some things we're going to talk about later. There are some cosigns you don't want.
No.
Kyrie Irving has put himself in an uncomfortable position where he's getting cosigned from people he don't want that cosign from. And how about Ben Simmons just showing up in Philly? Hey guys, I'm here. Let's play ball. We'll get to all of that as the day rolls along. John Hollinger of The Athletic, former front office member for the Memphis Grizzlies as well. He's going to join us coming up 1 hour from now. He did a season preview for every team in the NBA, including your Sacramento Kings. We'll talk to him about whether the Kings have gotten better defensively and what he wants to see from them as the season gets underway 1 week from tomorrow. So that's coming up. Matt George will join us for his weekly visit coming up at 3:20 as we get closer and closer to the regular season. We will spend some time talking about the Jon Gruden situation as well. I'm sure, as surprise to no one, we have strong opinions on that, and we will share them with you. We'll also unveil our Week 5 power rankings. And I ain't gonna hype that one too much, boy. I tell you, I'll be honest. Have you ever done major shopping like a sofa, and you walk in, you're an RC Willie guy. You walk into RC Willie, you walk right into the sofa section, and there's a sofa right there, and you go, that's perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. But Jazz grabs you by the arm and says, Kenny, we just got here. Let's look around. Let's look at the other stuff. And you walk around and you walk around. 2.5 hours later, you're in a foul mood. You've looked at 2,000 different sofas. You've gone over 20,000 different scenarios, and you wind up back at the one that you saw 2.5 hours ago when you first walked in the door.
Yeah, I've been there.
That was me with the power rankings last night.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, and and there's going to be some folks here in the chatty house who aren't particularly pleased with me, and I'm gonna own that. But I couldn't. I tried. I couldn't do it.
I'm really anxious to see what's going on here.
Well, I don't want
to tease, as my partner would say.
Well, some teases underdeliver, and when I say this one is going to underdeliver, boy, do I mean it.
It's almost impossible at this point. I just want to know what's going on.
We've got that coming up. We'll do that. We'll do that in a bit. We've got a lot of Kings to talk about. I want to talk more Kings here. We mentioned the Gruden stuff, power rankings. We'll get to all that. John Hollinger coming up at 150 though. So that sets the table for what the next hour or so will look like here on Twitch, YouTube.
I think it was a bad job by me. I called Donald Glover Anthony Glover. That was a bad job by me.
I don't think you called him Anthony. You didn't call him Anthony
I feel
Glover.
like I called him Anthony Glover.
I don't think you did. I would have caught that because I would have been like, "Who the hell is Anthony Glover?"
I'm tripping if I did. That's a bad job.
You're all right. Don't let the
Childish Gambino. See, that's the other thing about it. I know him as Childish Gambino. I don't know this actor that you guys talk about.
Actor Donald Glover. Like Atlanta just went, and never came back. It's just gone.
I heard it is coming back though.
Okay.
I heard they are working on a new season, but that show is phenomenal.
I won't hold my breath.
Detox.
Detox. It's on the way. So is the Fugees album. It's coming for sure. So there was real
quick. You mentioned the Fugees, real quick. Did you hear that they at the concert they did? I think it was in Brooklyn. I think because they're going on tour or whatever. Mm-hmm. But I think the person was in Brooklyn or something, or the Garden or something. That they were 3 hours late.
Hey, you did not just break any news for me.
I heard when they got on there was actually they did a really good job. They were on there for a while, but yeah, just staying, keeping up with the bit. They were
if you're going to see the Fugees, you better know what you're getting into. And you better recognize also, if you come to Sacramento, I'm not 100% positive, but I think there's a certain time at the Golden One Center, your ass has to be out.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can just show up 3 hours late to the Golden One Center.
Yeah, they got to change that, by the way. Tinashe had Ace of Spades today, for anybody that's interested.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
No, I don't know any Tinashe songs.
All right, well.
Oh, I do know 2 On. I like that song. That's it, though.
Are you ready?
Let's go. I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
There's no reason for that. I just needed to. I just needed to move us along here, and so we will. Back to the Kings last night. 3 wins in a row, 8 wins in a row if you count Summer League. I did go back to the regular season to see if we had won some games at the end of the regular season. Was promptly reminded. Very much did not. They actually ended the season on a 3-game losing streak. And in that brief moment, I was brought back to reality. Oh, well, there's regular season basketball for the Kings.
It is. It's well, we can extend it to make it look impressive now, probably like 11 or 14 or something like that.
There you go. Overdo it a little bit. Count the regular season along with Summer League, along with the preseason. The Kings have won 11 of 14.
They're actually one of the hottest teams in basketball.
Hottest team, indeed. Indeed. Let's be honest. The Bucks only won like 4 of 5. Like, come on, or 5 of 6 or something. Like
that's small potatoes.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing.
Actually, they won 4 in a row in the season.
Did they win 4 in a row to close?
Yeah, they were down 2-0 after Phoenix. After the first 2 games.
Why can't I not? You know what I remember? The game 6, but the game 7 of Brooklyn.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
I can't remember the finals games.
I remember the first 2. And remember,
did Chris
I think it was game 2. No, he played. And he played really well in game 1, went crazy. And then game 2, I think that might have been Booker's game. But remember, Giannis went crazy in the third quarter. He had like 20-something points in the third quarter, but it wasn't enough. And people were like, I don't know what the Bucks are going to do.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to get this done.
Yeah.
And then they beat the hell out of him in game 3. And then Giannis with the block on DeAndre Ayton in game 4. And then game 5 back in Phoenix.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
It was like 3 months ago.
I can't. I mean, the deciding game is so definitive.
Mm-hmm.
It was such a massive moment for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Not just not winning a championship. Obviously, that's huge. But his performance, you talk about attack. I hate to make this comp, but everybody will get it. It's like the anti-Ben Simmons. Like he went out there. This is on me. Oh, I need to do this better. Okay.
All right.
Biggest game of my life. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna do it all better. I'm not gonna shy away from the moment. I'm not gonna be afraid of the moment. Now, to be fair, Ben Simmons hasn't had that opportunity yet. Hopefully, well. Who knows what's going to happen now that he just showed up in Philadelphia?
But here, text Elton Brand. Ben's outside. What?
I'm sorry? Ben who? Ben Carson? Like, what's he doing here? I ain't letting him in. Well, who's here?
It'd be more. It's
might be more
he'd be
welcome.
less surprised if it was Benjamin Franklin out there. Oh, Benjamin Franklin. Not Ben. I know you ain't talking about Ben Simmons. I know that.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. All right, as we get back to the Kings' victory last night, we've talked about the great in Davion Mitchell, the good in Terence Davis, and why not reference the old steady hand of Harrison Barnes, Harrison Barnes could save women and children from a burning building, and it would be the fourth thing that we talk about, because honestly, news story comes out, Harrison Barnes saves a family from the 100th floor of a building. But Davion Mitchell last night, really impressive performance. Like we always expect Harrison Barnes to do something right. We expect him to be great on the basketball floor. We expect him to be a great humanitarian. We expect him to be great in the Sacramento community. And often his greatness or the things that he just continuously does, his steadiness, his consistency, we just kind of look past it. As valuable as it is to this freaking team, we tend to just look past it. But Harrison played really well last night. And I think, KC, correct me if I'm wrong, we kind of expect Richaun Holmes to be along that same level of consistency with Harrison Barnes heading into the regular season 1 week from tomorrow, but it's not something that we've seen here yet in the preseason.
Yeah, it's you probably saw the same thing that I did. He just looks off right now. Not sure what it is, why it is. It's not even really the production. Like, the production is what it was. Last night, he only had 1 rebound. That's kind of off for him. 5 points. But in the first game, I don't remember much about him in the Clippers game. But in the first game.
Sounds right. That sounds right.
Right. But in the first game, he seemed regular. But it's just, I was watching him yesterday, and it's so crazy that you saw the same thing without us even talking about it. Because I was just like, man, something looks off for Richaun right now. If I could say anything, he doesn't look right now. Doesn't look as intense as he did before, and he doesn't look as high energy as we've known him to.
I'm going to save this. We'll table this question for James Ham when he joins us tomorrow for the James Ham Show at 3:20. But just looking at the minutes that he's played, again, 20 minutes last night, 13 minutes. I think 18 was the other number, consistently less than every other starter. Is there something we don't know? Is he coming off an illness? Is he maybe coming off some soreness or something along that? When I say illness, I don't mean that illness. I just mean overall, like, is there something going on? Not something major, but something to the point where he's like easing back into things. Maybe he was out of it for a few weeks and he's just getting back into it here at training camp. Maybe there was something going on, before camp started. It just feels, especially for Richaun, it just feels odd.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. And our guy, Ezra White. Yeah. I want to make sure I'm seeing it right. Ezra White, he talks about, he says, you guys talked about it, big contract, big expectations. Now, when I see something like that and I point that out, I don't mean to say like Richaun is dogging it because he's got money, and I don't think Ezra's saying that either. But
definitely not. That's not.
No, absolutely not. That's not in his DNA. But does he feel a certain level of pressure to live up or exceed what he was already doing with this new contract? And maybe the weight of the expectations that he has for himself or whatever, maybe that's something. And all this could be absolutely nothing, but we're just trying to figure out. It
almost certainly is.
Right.
Right. It almost certainly is. We're just trying to, like, I see it here. Benjamin wrote this here on Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I'm not worried about Holmes. Weren't people worried about Fox last preseason? Yeah, people sure were. They were worried about the shots he was missing, the three pointers he was missing. They were worried about the shots he was taking. There was all sorts of concern about De'Aaron Fox last year. More of what I'm concerned about with Rashawn is just the time on the court just feels odd.
And that's the thing. That's where I'll push back a little bit on Fox last preseason. Number one, I didn't feel that type of way about Fox. And yeah, he was missing shots, but the game didn't look different. His style of play, the way he was doing things, it didn't jump out that it was like, that looks different. It was just, well, he's taking threes and he's not making them. You know what I mean? But pushing transition, or he was moving the same way. It's hard to put my finger on it, and obviously you see the same thing, but it's a different energy. Maybe that's it. It's a different energy that's coming off the screen, at least with Rashawn right now. And like I said, I don't think it's him coasting. I don't think it's him getting big headed or anything. He's bringing the same mentality, but maybe he's trying to, ramp it up for the regular season and hit the gear then.
And here's another, again, these are all just theories, thoughts, thinking out loud, being Kings fans, talking through things. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
He's core now.
Yes.
He's a king.
Yes.
It's not, hey, how does he perform this year, into next year, into next year? No, he's a Sacramento King. We've discussed, unfortunately, there's a similarity between Rashawn Holmes and Marvin Bagley.
Mm-hmm.
Rashawn Holmes wasn't taken number 2 overall, and he hasn't been here, for 4 years or whatever it is, but they've been injured.
Yeah.
They've missed time on the floor. Maybe in Rashawn's case with the Kings, it's like, let's just get him out there, get some work. Our only mission for everybody is to keep everyone healthy headed into October 20th.
Mm-hmm.
I've already told you, I don't think Davion Mitchell is playing on Thursday. I wonder if De'Aaron is going to play Thursday. I don't think Rashawn's playing Thursday either.
I don't think so either.
I think given the fact that we saw some guys shut down yesterday, I think we'll see, if you weren't shut down yesterday, I think you're going to be shut down Thursday.
Yeah. And we're just talking with Rashawn. It's really 1 game, 2 games max where, maybe the energy wasn't there, 2 preseason games max. I have no concern, and I think you feel the same way, Damian. I've no concern or no worry that when the ball's tipped up next Wednesday, I think that's when they start the season, that Rashawn's going to be locked in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's going to be locked in. He's going to give us what he got.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not concerned about that at all, but it's interesting that we saw the same thing or had the same feeling watching him last night. Could have just been a bad night, an off night.
Well, and part of it is, I can't use that phrase anymore, but part of it is his energy is normally so glaring.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps now with Davion out there, or maybe our focus has shifted to where we don't have to look at Rashawn Holmes as the energy guy anymore. We don't have to look at him for that massive burst of intensity that it feels like so many other Kings in the past haven't had.
Mm-hmm.
We already know that's Davion. And
Right.
Now we focus on Davion. Now we're seeing guys like Terence Davis do it. Hell, now we're seeing guys like Shemezi Metu do it. We already know what Alex Lynn brings to the table in that regard. Louis King played 13 minutes. Louis the King played in 13 minutes yesterday. And we see, we've seen that, that level of intensity that Louis the King has. So maybe now that you have more guys like Rashawn, it doesn't stand out the same way.
Right.
It could be that. I mean, again, there could be a number of different things at play. Not even remotely a level of concern.
No,
for
not at all.
Rashawn Holmes. Like he's still our guy.
He's our guy. He's going to be ready to go opening night. He's going to be the starting center, and he's going to bring it. Much like you, I have no worries about Rashawn Holmes this year, the contract, nothing. The only thing that I look forward to and I cross my fingers with is that he stays healthy. He stays healthy. He's going to give us exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah, 100%. And by the way, kudos to my partner KC here. Keys to the game yesterday brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. You said win the assist battle. They won the assist battle. They won it pretty handily, 25, which is the number they've kind of been lingering around all preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't had any real stellar shooting games through the first 3 games of this preseason, but they've still managed to hit, mid-20s with assists. And I always remember the Steve Kerr line. We topped that 30 assist marker. We've got a really, really good chance of winning when he was talking about his Golden State Warriors team. So ever since I heard Steve Kerr say that, I've started to pay more attention to that assist number and see how close it got to 30, or whether it surpassed 30, and whether the Kings won that game. But winning we often look at win the turnover battle. I mean, you're frustratingly familiar with that as a 49ers fan and some of the recent conversations we had about that team. But we often talk about winning rebounds, win the turnover battle, all of that stuff. Sometimes we don't focus as much on the assist. And often, I remember Mark Jones joining us last week. He was talking about, I don't remember what the assist total looked like, but I know the ball was moving around really well. Mm-hmm. Well, the assist total wasn't super high. I think it was somewhere like around 22, 23, something like that, because the shots weren't falling. Mm. But Mark's point was accurate back there after, I think it was the second preseason game, maybe this first one. The ball's moving around. Yeah. Like, this team is moving. This team is, the focus for all of us, because when you're coming off a historically bad defensive year, the focus is going to be on improving the historically bad defense. Mm-hmm. But something is clicking with them offensively as well.
Something is clicking with this team in general, man. Something is just clicking with this team in general. They've got a good vibe about them. And I think they're gaining confidence the more they play with each other. And I know these are just preseason games or whatever the case may be, but they're gaining something from all these games as a collective group, in my opinion. I think they are. 80% from the line last night, too.
Oh, 4 of 4 from the free throw line for your fearless leader.
Come on now.
And I don't know this for sure. I think he went one game without going to the free throw line. I think.
Yeah, I think that first game he didn't go to the free throw line.
So then that would make him 10 of 10.
There we go.
In the preseason.
Yeah.
The ultimate Kenny Caraway stat right there.
Come on now. That's what I need. I need my point guard to be 10 of 10 every 10 free throw attempts. Come on. That's what I'm looking for.
If De'Aaron becomes an 80% free throw shooter, like if this is real, bro, this dude is legit going to average 26, 27 points a game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the other thing about Fox last night is his shot wasn't falling, but he was doing a good job of getting other people involved and moving that ball around. And that's what he likes to do. He's a true point guard in that sense. He's looking to feed others and get everybody else going, even if his shot isn't going. He hit that one little Jordan fadeaway, and if he's got that in his arsenal, if he's got that in his bag, will fall away over the left shoulder, the lefty. Woo.
Well, let's not dub that as something that could be in his bag yet. Let's.
I'm saying if. I'm saying if.
All right.
He goes down there, he gets cut off, and he comes in there, hits him with the.
What's the biggest? What's the biggest component to missed free throws? Is it fatigue?
Focus, lack of focus. Because at least how I try to coach the guys and train the guys, I have them shooting free throws after doing something where you're tired, right? Like we've gone hard, you got all these drills in or whatever the case may be. You're tired. You got to get to the line. You got to focus. Mm-hmm. Focus, lock in. I tell people all the time.
Is it fair to say fatigue can knock off your focus?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I say that when you're tired, you get less focused just because you're so focused on being tired.
Sure. Okay.
I try to preach to my guys, when you're tired, that should be a trigger for you to get more focus. That's when you focus more on getting your legs into your shot. That's when you focus more on leaving your follow through up, things of that nature. That should be a trigger to you to like really get back to the basics. So it all comes back to focus for me personally. Mm-hmm. And De'Aaron still does something that it just frustrates me to no end. He doesn't leave his follow through up on his free throw shots. He'll just shoot it. No. But look, if he's going 10 for 10, do whatever you want. Shoot him backwards. I don't care as long as you're making them.
I mean, he does make $170 million as an NBA player too. So sometimes you just got to let guys have their quirks.
Got to.
And if his quirk
But
is
if you're
just
shooting 60% from the free throw line, you need to listen
Fair
to
enough.
KC. All right.
Fair
If
enough.
you're shooting 100%, I ain't going to talk about your follow through.
Even the greats have coaches.
Yes.
Even the greats have
60,
coaches.
then maybe you just need to holler at your boy one time and just listen. I ain't saying change everything. I say just leave the follow through up. That's all you got to do.
Do you think you're the first person to tell him to do that? Like, is that something? Is that
I'd be
like a
disappointed
big
if I was.
point for you? Like when you're working with kids, when you're working with young people, is it, yo, you got to leave that up there?
Yeah. And it's something easy that you kind of forget because you shoot and you put it down.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, like, it's just kind of ingrained to me. Like, if I miss a shot or if I don't make it the way I want to, it's, oh, well, no, I got to make sure. So I leave the follow through up. Hell, one of the ways I learned it was Michael Jordan in his shot against Utah. He took the shot. It's like, man, I've been short a couple of times. On this last shot, I had to make sure
that was flexing. That's not what that was. He knew he was posing. That's what that was. Stop it. Stop acting like that was some, stop acting like that was some sort of fundamental technique from Michael Jordan. He took the shot and left it up there because he know 4 billion cameras were taking pictures. Like, this is it right here. Got it.
That's why he's the GOAT.
We've got a lot more Kings basketball ahead when we talk to Jon Hollinger of The Athletic, former front office member of the NBA as well, Memphis Grizzlies, I believe. We'll talk to him coming up at 1:50. We have the unveiling of the most anticlimactic power rankings coming up, and we've got to address the Jon Gruden situation. We'll do that on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll do that on the Odyssey app and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's Dealer 1KC here on ESPN 1320. Hey, Jilly.
Hey, Jilly, not from Philly. I love those nationwide commercials with my girl, Jill Scott. Feels so good to be. I just love Jill Scott. Mrs. P, she says, has said in the past.
She said yes.
She has said in the past that she could beat me in a shooting competition.
Uh-oh.
I call Cap. I call Cap, Miss P. Might be a good shooter. I'm not saying you're a bad shooter. I'm just saying
I don't know.
Beat me.
If only we had a court and the trip Miss P was gonna make. I mean, I don't know. I mean, little Staples Center's ready to go.
There's no such thing.
I could record that. I mean, we put it out there on YouTube. We can stream
There's no such thing.
Get the Chatty House in here.
Center. It's only little G1C. But I said that to say earlier when I was talking about the win, bro, they knocked down my TV.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh man.
Now I wasn't really tripping because that TV was an older TV that was. Let's just say I wanted a new TV anyway. Mm-hmm. But still, it's the principality of the situation.
That was only the 80-inch, so now you can get a larger one to put outside for everyone to watch. That's a smart move. Yeah.
Sabotaged my whole situation. But see, I think I'm coming out the pocket with this one.
Yeah.
So I would have kept that TV until through the winter. And then when spring and the weather got good again, I'd probably look, I get on the grill a little bit. I'm like, all right, I need a new one. But now I just have to go get a new one now. What you want me to do? I got to go get a new one now.
I mean, you do what you got to do. Right on, Matt. Appreciate it. It's Roots of Fight.
Nice. Red Fox, the legend. I was looking like Red Fox last night. Coming to see you, Elizabeth.
How'd you do the nets that you got up there by the hoop?
So you buy the nets just from this net place.
Okay.
And then
you got the poles mounted in, right?
Yeah, I got the poles mounted in, but shout out to Jazz. She's, she should have her own show on HGTV or whatever. She had the brilliant idea of getting flagpoles. So you get flagpoles and ones that come up and down. So I can take that all the way down to below the line of the fence and you can't see them. So you raise up the poles, that goes up. It's like almost like a field goal.
Okay.
It's like a field goal. But yeah, you got it. And then I didn't map out the length exactly the way I wanted to. So the place that does the nets, they give you whatever length you say, like they customize it. But my measurements were a little off.
Has some room.
I don't have my TV insured. No, that's what I'm saying. This was an older TV. I got this TV when Reese was born, so it's like 9 years old. It's not this great TV. That's why I was looking to get a new one. And it was, don't listen to Davion. It was only like 30 inches. It's like 32 inches. Got the people believing it.
That's for real. That's for real, man. Me too. Every time I go over to the compound, I'm like, man.
Roddy, I keep it simple, man. For me, it'd just be burgers and hot dogs. I'm not crazy on the grill. I'm not like this. I'm not this chef. So I'm still a work in progress.
Got more Kings basketball on the way as they sit at 3-0 right now in the preseason, gearing up for their final preseason game at the Golden One Center against Kenny's Los Angeles Lakers. John, sorry, that was inappropriate of me. That's my bad. It's definitely not Kenny's Los Angeles.
Okay, Lake Show.
Okay, well, the Lakers will be here on Thursday to close out the preseason, or at least some form of the Lakers will be here on Thursday to close out the preseason.
Now that drop has gotten funnier the more you guys spread it out. When it was every hour on the hour, that's when it was like, it's okay. It's not original. But when you spread it out and time it accordingly, it actually genuinely makes me chuckle now.
You know what I think people find funny is that it's the cadence of your because it's such a staple of the show. Like the way you say okay, and then everyone catches it. Like you'll be in, we'll get to our power rankings. We'll get to Lamar Jackson's insane performance last night. We're talking about Lamar Jackson. You talk about him with the greats, like okay, we got, and everyone catches it right away. It's just which it reminds us. It takes us back to that moment.
Lake Show
of hurt that we all felt in the enthusiasm in which you delivered that line, and it
was mellow, man. It was mellow.
We were hurt.
Y'all know that it was mellow, man.
I don't have the mellow drop. I have
Lake Show.
That's the drop I have, and so I think it just reinforces just the pain we felt that day. And
you guys feel no pain because there's nothing there. I'm locked in. I signed a contract. I saw this video. Did you see this video the other day? And this should tell you everything about this video. It was from like Barstool, Chicago.
It tells me everything.
And they went up to
John Cusack. Yeah.
And he was arguing about, I'm not gonna let you be a bandwagon. And he was explaining to him, he's like, look, man, I support the Cubs. I like the White Sox, like I'm showing love. And the guy was like, no, you can't do that. It's against the rules of being a fan. I never felt more dumb for being a fan of any team as when I was listening to him. I was like, I pray I never sound like him, feel like him. Because it sound
just feel dumb for listening to anything that has to do with Barstool Sports.
Oh, jeez. I wasted time. I wasted time on my life. He sounded so stupid saying it, though. Like if I was an alien, I'll be like, what's wrong with you, you weirdo?
You don't have to be an alien to think that. You can feel that as a human being. Like you could feel that as a citizen of Earth.
It's against the rules. No, you just can't do that. It's against the rules of being a fan. Shut the hell up.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was. I saw that. I was curious by it, and I was like, this.
The hell, I'm dumber for it. Of being a fan.
I'm dumber for it. Like fan how you want to fan, and let's keep it moving.
Yeah.
So again, John Hollinger, the Athletic former front office member of the Memphis Grizzlies, is going to join us. He previewed the Sacramento Kings for the Athletic. He had a lot to say about their defensive woes last year. We'll get his thoughts on what the Kings can do to improve and perhaps what they've already done to improve. That's coming up 30 minutes from now. Matt George, speaking of Locked On, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, he'll be with us coming up at 3:20. So as Monday Night Football was going on and we had baseball getting ready to start, we were waiting for Kings basketball to arrive. We got another report from the New York Times that had a breakdown of some even more inflammatory emails from Jon Gruden. Shortly thereafter, Jon Gruden turned in his resignation, as I use air quotes there, because this very much felt like a resign or else situation, because I think you're starting to enter fire with cause territory. But regardless of that, Jon Gruden resigned and the conversation began. Anytime there's a conversation, anytime there's a story in sports, particularly the National Football League, that involves race, that involves homophobic behavior, that involves sexism, there's going to be a certain group of people who don't understand why this is a big deal. There's going to be a certain group of people who go, well, this was 10 years ago. This was 7 years ago. This was a variety of things. And of course, that's all wrong. The email about DeMaurice Smith was in fact 10 years ago. The second batch of emails that were released by the New York Times wasn't 7 years ago. It was over the stretch of a 7-year period of time. Those are two very different things. So I point that stuff out because when people tell you, especially when you're 48, 49, 50 years old, when you're 50 plus years old, when you're in your 60s, when you're that old, and you're telling people, well, this wasn't my intention. This is what I meant by it. I don't have a racist bone in my body. I'm the least racist person in the world. I have a black friend. I have this. I have that. Those people know exactly what they're saying. They know exactly what they're doing. And no, it wasn't an accident. It was just the first time that it went out to the public. And I think there's a number of different things, KC, to break apart with this. And I'm going to use Grant Napear as an example. Because Grant Napier's All Lives Matter tweet wasn't the first time he showed his ass. It was the first time he showed his ass on Twitter during the Black Lives Matter movement in the summer of 2020. He showed his ass at the wrong time. Everybody saw Matt Barnes's tweet. Everybody heard what DeMarcus Cousins said. You saw the greatest king in history respond to this. Chris Webber, you think that that's the first time they had something to say about Grant Napear? No, they've said it in the past. Matt Barnes has said it publicly for years. That's Matt Barnes. Come on. It's not Harrison Barnes. If it was Harrison Barnes, it'd carry more weight. That's Matt Barnes. We all know Matt's a little Chris Webber. Oh, he's got a vendetta. DeMarcus Cousins, give me a break. Those two hated each other. We didn't put any credence in it.
Right.
Keyshawn Johnson's been saying things about Jon Gruden for years. But it's Keyshawn Johnson, though. Like, he was always a problem with coaches. Never saw eye to eye with guys. We all know the famous Parcells story. Can't put any credence in that. We continue to dismiss what these guys say publicly. And then all of a sudden, you get a batch of emails in which Jon Gruden is speaking to another NFL employee who's a general manager in the football, in the National Football League. He's the general manager of the Washington football team. And he used racist language, homophobic language, sexist language, knowing Bruce Allen was going to have no problem with it. What's that tell you about the makeup of the National Football League? What's that tell you about the power circle of the National Football League? You know how unoffended Bruce Allen was by all of that? He hired his unqualified brother to coach his football team. That's how unoffended he was by Jon Gruden's language. If you think this is about a singular email or a singular batch of emails, you're terribly mistaken. If you think this is just about Jon Gruden, you're terribly mistaken. This is all about what Colin Kaepernick and Eric Reed were talking about 5 years ago. This is all about what everyone who has wrote about Colin Kaepernick being blackballed for the last 5 years is about. This is about the power structure in professional sports, whether it's owners or general managers, whether it's play-by-play announcers or media, whether it's a guy covering the World Series or the American League Divisional Series who says, give me 40 acres of guys who looks like that. That's what this is about. It's the makeup of professional sports where we have allowed it to be run by so many people who have so much intolerance and hatred, because this medium that Kenny and I are in has been dominated since the beginning of time, since the beginning of sports media time, whether you date that back to WFAN or wherever you date it back to, by older white men. And I don't know that we brought this up on the air, but I certainly know we talked about it privately. When that NBA 75 list comes out, it's going to look a little bit different, I think, than the NBA at 50 list did. Because when you look back and you start to measure guys who made all-star games and guys who got all NBA honors, and you realize, and I know these guys were great players, but you look at how many times like Kevin McHale made it, and you realize that Alex English didn't get any run, or Adrian Dantley didn't get any run, but you find guys like Kevin McHale, you find guys who were revered in the media like Danny Ainge, or all of these different people who are covered by people who look like them. Mm-hmm. So we have our running joke about John Havlicek or Bob Cousy. Well, there's a reason that those guys are talked about in NBA circles back then the way that they were, because they look like the people who were writing about them. That's what this Jon Gruden thing is about. It's not about one particular coach. It's about the structure of professional sports. It's about the structure of the National Football League. And it's about when someone tells you something is going on, maybe you should listen. Whether that person is a professional athlete who you deem as a problem, or that person has some other profession, when someone points out a problem in an area, whether it's to a league or to an individual, listen.
100%, man. You hit it spot on. And the thing that I really look at with this Jon Gruden thing is, and it continues to stick out with me, and you mentioned it, it's not just what he said. It's almost like, what's the saying where somebody goes, don't tell me, it's almost like this, don't tell me what somebody said about me, tell me why they feel comfortable telling you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's, Jon Gruden said what he said, but the to me, the bigger issue is, why did he feel so comfortable saying this stuff? Why did he feel like it was appropriate and it would not be met without any type of reprimandums or discipline to say these things? And we all know the answer to that is because it's widely accepted. So you got that aspect. And then you also have the aspect of who are in these rooms. I bet he would, if DeMaurice Smith was in that email chain, he wouldn't be saying that in the email to him. Or if there was another black person who was a GM, he wouldn't be making those comments. If there was another homosexual person that was in the email chain, he wouldn't be making those type of comments. But they don't have that representation. We haven't for the whole time, pretty much. So, they keep their little conversations the way they were laid out right there for Jon Gruden. And those are the two things that really stood out to me, is his comfort level with being able to say all the things that he said. That's an issue. And the lack of representation continues to be an issue for these spots in all the sports and sports media and corporate America, to be honest with you. If we're just being real, NFL is a corporation. It's not just a game, right? This is a $1 billion corporation. And to me, I don't feel like this is that far off from what probably goes on in the rest of corporate America.
Completely agree. There was another thing that really stood out to me. It actually took a while for me to process this in the moment as I was reading through all of these different things. And I read, Jon's statement of resignation where he closed it with, I'm sorry I hurt people or something along those lines, and thought, man, how different would I won't speak for anyone else, would I have taken Jon's apology? Would I have taken Jon's reaction to this whole situation differently if in front of reporters, after his team goes out there and sucks against the Chicago Bears and he's getting asked questions about these emails, if he stood in front of there and he said, you know what, I'm sorry for hurting people, like that was hurtful language, I don't know that I'd believe that he's changed. I don't know that I believe anything, but at least it would feel like a genuine response. Mm-hmm. And as I thought, as I'm thinking through this, and again reading through all of these remarks, I stumbled across a tweet that like snapped me back to reality. He was really dismissive when it was just racism. When there was a belief that Jon Gruden was being racist, and he was. Oh, he was dismissive of it. I'm not going to keep talking about this. I'm tired of it. We went out there. We lost the football game. I've apologized to D. Smith. I've done this. I've done that. I'm tired of talking about it. I want to talk about football. Basically, F you. I'm not talking about this anymore because I'm Jon Gruden and I don't have to. But when the conversation shifted to homophobia and sexism, response was a little bit different. Now, I understand. Don't get me wrong. I understand it's the totality of the emails that led to his resignation. Mm-hmm. It's everything. It's not one or it's the other. But the tone sure shifted a lot when it was no longer just racism. And the tweet that I saw made me think. If Jon Gruden had just been racist, he'd still be the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders.
I believe that.
Think about that for a second. It's because he's homophobic and he's a sexist ass. That's why he's fired or resigned or whatever, however you want to term this. That's why he's in the position that he's in. But if he was just racist, you know what he is? He's damn near everybody else in the NFL. He's damn near everybody else in the. You want to know? If you don't understand why every offseason we're fighting for guys like Eric Bieniemy and Byron Leftwich, this is why. When we're fighting for guys like Ozzie Newsome to promote other black general managers, this is why. The power structure in the NFL is so flawed for a sport that is predominantly black. And having to constantly deal with guys like John. There are a lot more guys like Jon Gruden in the NFL. There are a lot more guys like Tom Brenneman in Major League Baseball. There are a lot more guys like Grant freaking Napear in the National Basketball Association. These guys believe that these jobs are awarded to them for a lifetime. Here's a fun fact that I don't know gets discussed very often. Grant Napear was at the end of his contract. He was at the end of his contract at that sorry-ass radio station that didn't listen to anybody who came to their general manager and said, you know what? Your afternoon guy's racist. You know what? Your afternoon guy's vendetta against DeMarcus Cousins is inappropriate. You know what? The things that he goes on his radio station day after day on his radio show and says day after day is inappropriate. You didn't have anything to say about that. You didn't have anything to do with that until the Sacramento Kings. You said, you know what? We're done with him. His contract at the radio station was up. His contract with the Sacramento Kings was up. They could have simply said, we're not bringing him back for another season. He's been here 30 freaking years. It's time to move on. But you know what? People like Grant Napear, people like Tom Brenneman, people like Jon Gruden believe jobs like this, which I'm rewinding 5 years ago. I was told being in sports is a privilege, not a right. That's what some people said to me when it came to a particular quarterback that I supported. These businesses have the right to make decisions for themselves.
Right.
You're not awarded these jobs for a lifetime. You can move on from these individuals. Kings just move on from him. They could have just moved on from him without making a big, he was at the end of his deal. We were already, we found out Mark Jones was on the market. Take Mark Jones over Grant Napear any day.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I applaud the Kings for this. They stood up for the first time and said, yeah, we're not taking this. I don't applaud those idiots down south who didn't say the same thing. They only let him go because the Kings let him go. If Grant Napear was still the play-by-play of the Sacramento Kings, he would still be on at 3 o'clock down south. Don't get it twisted. No one took the high ground over there. They were well aware of his behavior, and they chose. And that's the issue. You're aware of people's behavior like this, and you don't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Allen, general manager or president of football operations, whatever his title was, he didn't have no problem with it. You think Jon Gruden you think he only had a relationship with one general manager? Come on, man. And he was so comfortable, as you said, KC, using that language.
And not only so comfortable using that language, saying those things about people, but as a term that we use in hip hop and everything, putting it on wax. Like, this wasn't a private conversation where they're talking back and forth. He said, I'll put this in an email. Essentially, this is what we do. This is how we go about things. This is how we talk. This is how we communicate. And we don't see anything wrong with it. I have no issue putting this in writing about this man or about the commissioner or this draft pick. It's disgusting. It really is. It's disgusting. And these are the two things that, like I said, stood out to me. The fact that this is the culture that goes on in the NFL. And this is the other thing I don't want to see here. I don't want to see or hear Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport talking about how swiftly the NFL moved in with this investigation. And, they took all precaution to make sure every stone was unturned to get to the bottom of this because they want to make sure that it's known that this is unacceptable. No, you're not. That's not why you did this. That's not why you did this. He got caught and they were like, you got to go. Like, John, you have to go because we're not going down because of you. You're going to have to wear this and move on with your life. Don't get it twisted. There was no moral high ground by the NFL where they were putting pressure on John because they deemed this stuff inexcusable. Now, some of them might. I don't know Roger Goodell or anything else like that. But as a whole, you allowing this to go on for years, for decades, that doesn't. You check somebody's email right now, he probably got some same type of rhetoric in the NFL higher ups. And I look around at the NFL front offices and things of that nature. I see the same type of faces when I talk about representation mattering. I see the same faces. So they'll let me know that they're serious about eradicating this type of behavior when their actions are different, when they're actively looking for solutions to change this. You can't have the same dynamic going on in your front offices from the same people that are having conversations like this through email or in person or on phone calls and really get me to believe that you want to change how the league is ran and the perception of the league. So we'll see what they do. I'm not confident. I'm pretty sure what they're going to do, which is nothing, but we'll see.
They've continued to do nothing for the last 5 years. They formed these task forces, I don't even remember the name of that, the coalition that they formed. They ain't doing nothing, man. Because fact is, Jon Gruden in the scheme of the NFL, he's nothing. Bruce Allen, he already fired. Bruce Allen ain't ever working in the league. He already gone. Until you can Donald Sterling guys like Dan Schneider, guys like Jerry Jones, guys like Stan Kroenke, virtually all of them. We know that's not going to happen. That's where the power lies, is at the top.
Wow.
I don't have anything else on Gruden. Left it out on the field, coach.
Yeah, good riddance.
All right. Let's take a breather and reset. We'll do power rankings and all that stuff. Honestly, just because I'm feeling good about the Kings, I want to get to talking Kings basketball, and we're going to do that. John Hollinger of The Athletic, former front office member of the Memphis Grizzlies. Might ask him to throw a Ja De'Aaron comp in there too. We might have to ask him a couple of questions regarding that.
Always.
He'll give us his thoughts on the Sacramento Kings upcoming season. He wrote about it over at The Athletic. Again, John Hollinger joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, you too.
Great stuff.
Appreciate y'all being here. You want to, support, you can go to DLoandKC.com. I'm just saying. Are y'all hitting the thumbs up too while you're here? I mean, there's 180 watching. I don't know how many are watching on YouTube alone. Oh, 159 on YouTube. Let's get that thumbs up, fam. Let's go. Let's get that thumbs up, man. Just let us know that you love. Oh, guys, come on. We got to get to triple digits, guys. Come on. We at 87 right now with 159 watching.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
love y'all, man. Let's get them. Let's get them
Come
thumbs up, man. Get them
triple
thumbs
digits
up.
is Mando.
We appreciate you. Thanks, Miss P. Thanks. Glad y'all enjoyed that, man. Or I don't know if "enjoy" is the right word, but we appreciate y'all. There you go. Hit them thumbs up, man. We appreciate you. Keep them coming. I mean, there's so many people in here watching. I mean, KC, I feel like with 100, we just got to hit them with the D-Lo and KC doc. That's only 15 seconds. You just get that. It's just like a little live commercial. We get in there for DLoandKC.com.
Do we want to say again?
There's a lot of people watching right now. Okay. Hey, I said what I said. I'm gonna do what my partner says. I'm gonna say it with my chest.
I was just asking. I'm not saying you should. I'm just asking.
If the Giants win tonight, from the moment the game becomes final to the end of tomorrow's show, we'll do a 30% off sale. DLoandKC.com. Giants win tonight. Hey, okay. We drop the rosé.
Woo!
We drop the rosé.
It's a celebration. Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a celebration.
Giants win tonight.
Yes.
We'll drop the rosé hoodie that y'all haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Giants win tonight. We'll drop the rosé hoodie that y'all haven't seen yet. We'll drop the rosé line that y'all have not seen yet. It's I don't know if 209 Dave Garcia is in here and Donnie Dope ones, but man, wait till y'all see this this rosé line is clean. Okay, is it sale code NLDS? I'm with it. Is that a good?
No,
is that a good? No.
Sale code beat LA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sale code beat LA.
I'm with it. I like it.
Okay. Sale code beat LA.
I like it. Okay. Stop it. Zach, stop it. Stop
that. What about Buddy's 3-point percentage? in the preseason?
How about Buddy? How about, oh man. We could have our own incentive laced. Like if Buddy gets to the free throw line 6 times in a game, we do a 30% off sale.
You guys stick around, man, throughout the season. We're half joking. There will be situations like
absolutely.
that if somebody scores this and that or whatever, Kings win, whatever. So be aware. Be locked in. Oh my gosh. Sure, come on, man. You know what it is. It's Giants Dodgers right now. I gotta do it, man. We go one more. LeBron James. One more.
Yeah, we got some fun stuff for D-Lo and KC. There's a bunch of like unpublished merchandise that we're getting ready to unveil, some stuff that might not be published, some Some good stuff out there, man. But that's the line for tonight. Giants win. We drop the Rose collection. Everything's 30% off.
Yeah. Somebody was in here earlier saying, "Can he take that hat off? The SF is upside down." Number one, I know. Number two, they're 2-0 in this series when I wear this hat. I wore the orange brim on Saturday. They lost. You think I'm going back to wearing the orange brim today? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
It's upside down Giants hat until the series is over.
Odyssey is a great way to listen to the show. You can take us anywhere. You can listen live. You can listen on demand through the podcast feature. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app, you need to do that. You can also discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. We'll let the radio audience in on the fun. We've launched a new website, dealingwithkc.com, and we've made an agreement. If the Giants win tonight, if the Giants close it out and go to the NLCS, and NLCS, sorry, we'll close out. We'll do a 30% sale, and we'll launch our brand new Rose collection.
It's crazy. The stakes just went up tonight. It just went up tonight. It's crazy right now. Oh man, all of Sacramento, if they weren't already, is going to be wanting the Giants to end it tonight.
Y'all are going to want that.
Y'all want that to happen.
Y'all going to want that new Rose line too, man. Trust me when I tell you. If you haven't had a chance to peek over at dealingwithkc.com, go check it out, man. It's a pretty cool website we launched last week. We're proud of.
And let me say this right now. We got my guy Just Chill Axe, who says, "Who's your guys' pick for the NLCS MVP, assuming the Giants win?" No. No. We ain't doing that.
Oh.
It is a 2-1 series lead. To win the series, you have to win 3 games. We ain't talking about NLCS. We ain't talking about nothing past tonight, past finishing the job. All right? I mean it when I say humble hearts. All right? You're up 2-1. LeBron told us one more to go. One more to go. One more to go with his broken wrist that wasn't broken. All right? He told us that. Humble hearts. It's 2-1. A lot of baseball left. Damien, I talked about it before in the first segment, and I said, I'm going to be out there going hard for the Giants today, but is there any other way this is supposed to go than a deciding Game 5 between the Giants and Dodgers in 2021?
Yeah, I would be more surprised if the series ended tonight. I kind of want to launch the Rose collection. So I really, really want the Giants to close out tonight. But truth be told, I would be surprised if they did. That just doesn't fit the series, and not this 5-game series. It doesn't fit this season. It doesn't fit the 19 regular season games. It doesn't fit what we've seen here in the postseason. It makes much more sense based on what we've seen for them to play that final game at Oracle Park.
Yeah. I'm mentally and emotionally prepared for a Wednesday and Thursday of just being stressed out. Just stressed.
Understandable.
For no reason whatsoever. I don't know why I'm stressed. I'll just be stressed.
Well, I'll be honest. I was stressed reading John Hollinger's recap of last season as it pertains. And understandably, it was a bad defensive season for the Sacramento Kings. And John Hollinger, the Athletic, joins us now, former front office member of the Memphis Grizzlies as well. John, you laid out frustratingly accurate how bad the Sacramento Kings were defensively last season. Do you think that they've done enough to improve that?
Well, everything's relative, right? I mean, the bar for improvement is quite low at this point, right? So, if they could just be the 10th worst defense instead of the worst defense, then you got a decent shot at a 500 season. And so have they done enough to at least do that? I mean, you would hope. I mean, I think drafting Davion Mitchell will help. I think starting Halliburton and bringing Hield off the bench, which it seems like they're going to do, that'll probably help. If Rashawn Holmes is in the lineup all year, that'll certainly help. You worry a little bit that they just don't have a lot of guys at the forward spot. And especially if something happens to Harrison Barnes, they're just going to be cobbling that together every single night. And how is that going to work? And then the other thing you got to ask about is just Luke Walton's ability to get the best out of these guys.
John, we've been kind of going crazy about Davion Mitchell since the day he started playing in this California Classic out here in the Summer League. And I saw him a couple of times in this preseason. And the question coming out of Summer League was, okay, is he going to be able to do this against real, quote unquote, real NBA guys? And he goes up against a Cameron Payne or an Elfrid Payton or a Reggie Jackson, Paul George, Anthony Simons last night, Dennis Smith Jr. And I keep using the phrase, he's as advertised when going up against these guys on the defensive end. Have you been able to see him and are you impressed with what he's able to do on the defensive end? And I hate to ask you another question, but is it enough to kind of change the culture by himself, by the mere addition to him to this team of the struggles they had on the defensive end last year?
Yeah, I mean, I can answer the last one first. I mean, asking De'Aaron Fox's backup to change the culture is probably a big ask. But what you said is right on about what he's shown. He showed it at Baylor last year. He showed it in the Summer League. He showed it in the preseason game. You cannot get by this guy off the dribble. Like his lateral quickness on the ball is as good as anyone that I can remember seeing. He's just phenomenal in that aspect of defense. And so, and I think that's the type of thing that it's easy to see and notice, and you hope maybe it would be a little contagious for the other guys. I mean, I think Sacramento, one of the issues last year was just, I don't want to say they weren't trying, but maybe it wasn't quite the level of effort and commitment required every night that you really need at the highest level in this league. And so can he have some kind of impact on that? Yeah, you would hope so. Or, can he energize these second units for Sacramento? I mean, the one thing I will say is that even last year, like Corey Joseph was a good defender, right? He was probably the best defensive player on the team. So Mitchell is playing in that role. So, like, relative to last year, it's still kind of the other positions that need to get better,
right, for
Sacramento's defense to really take a jump.
Yeah.
Yep. John Hollinger of The Athletic was here. John, I mentioned that you had worked in the front office of the Memphis Grizzlies, I believe president of basketball operations, vice president of basketball operations. Did you ever have a guy like you're not particularly high on Tristan Thompson on this Sacramento Kings team, and it looks like some of that is based off of his experience in Boston, which went south for whatever reason. But he has really won over a lot of Kings fans in the way that he is talked about this team, and really he's been the ultimate hype man for guys like Davion Mitchell, even for guys like Buddy Hield. He's been the ultimate hype man for him. Have you ever had a guy on your team who, maybe they weren't playing 20 minutes a night, hell, maybe they weren't even playing every night, but they wound up being a really integral part of the structure of your team?
Like a culture guy, basically.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's definitely a thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was a little surprised. Like, DeLon Wright was a valuable player. They didn't need to trade him for another center. So that was the part that really surprised me about what they did. I mean, the Kings have like 7 centers and no forwards now. If you look at their roster, I mean, even like Marvin. Like, I don't know what they're going to do with Marvin Bagley, but I mean, really, I think his best position is center. I just don't see how he could ever play a minute there. The way this roster is set up, I'm really curious what their intentions are with him, and so that's the part where it gets kind of weird for me. So, but like you said, I mean, there are definitely some veteran guys that you kind of want to have around, but usually, like, that's a guy you bring in on a minimum contract. It's Jared Dudley with the Lakers or whatever, and so to take a valuable player and trade him for a guy at a position that you we're already crowded at. It just didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. One of the other issues or interesting things we want to see happen or how it's going to play out with the Kings is this guard situation. Now we have De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. They're pretty much put in pin at the starting two guards to start the game. But then you have Buddy Hield, Davion Mitchell, and a guy that I kind of like his game. I like his game a lot, especially coming off the bench, Terence Davis. And you wonder how they're going to be able to orchestrate all those bench minutes, because you got to get Davion out there, obviously. And I personally, John, I think Terence Davis is a better player than Buddy Hield, but Buddy Hield making $20 million a year, he's going to get every opportunity. So does that mean maybe Terence Davis, who may be the better player, kind of gets his minutes cut out? How would you orchestrate that minutes?
What's going to happen is they're going to end up having to play 3-guard lineups a bunch because they don't have any forwards. I mean, that's what's going to, the only guy on the team who's a 3 really is Harrison Barnes. Robert Woodard, I guess, but I don't
Mo
see him really playing at all.
They got Mo Harkless out there too.
Yeah. It's kind of a 3.5, I guess. I think he's really going to end up playing 4 because they just have all these centers, so like everyone else kind of has to get pushed down. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm interested to see how they actually work it in practice. But I think what you're going to see is like second unit, it'll be 3 guards out there. It'll be Mitchell, Davis, and Hield, and that's the way it works. Another guy you didn't mention, by the way, Jahmius Ramsey was pretty good in Summer League.
Yeah,
I'd kind of like to see him get a little bit of a chance. I don't know how he does in this backcourt. But
I think he's going to start in Stockton. He's still really, really young, John. He's like, I think he might be 21 now. He's still pretty young.
Yeah,
he kind of reminds me of
freshman year. Yeah.
He reminds me of kind of Anthony Simons in Portland, how he just came in really, really young and still trying to develop his game a little bit.
Yeah.
John, the most glowing thing I think that you wrote in all of this was actually about Richaun Holmes, short range floater master, is quite possibly the league's most underrated player. What do you like so much about Richaun?
I think the floater game, first of all, I think it's
automatic.
Every team by surprise that he's doing this, right?
Yeah.
And, but he really was the one guy, I think, who the defense looked halfway decent when he was out there on the floor. He's not the biggest guy, but he pretty much knows where to be. He's a pretty good shot blocker, and he doesn't make the kind of errors that other people on that team were making last year. So I just think he helps them a lot in a lot of subtle ways, and it adds up to a pretty valuable player. And they were able to keep him on a pretty good contract too. So he's not even clogging their cap or anything to keep him around. So for all the errors of the Vlade era, that was quite a find to pick him up.
Yeah. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We have John Hollinger from The Athletic on. And John, I got to ask you the $1 million question here, man. You gotta help us out. You can be a hero. You can be a god here in Sacramento if you give the right answer. Does the postseason streak end for the Sacramento Kings this year? 15 years.
You guys have been.
You could be a hero, John. Come on, man. You could be a hero.
I want to help you out here. It's a beautiful arena and a great fan base, but I actually think they're going to get close. I think they're going to be in the race this year, but I think they're probably going to end up on the outside looking in. I think it's probably going to turn out kind of a lot like the last 2 years, where they, 2 to 3 end up 2 to 3 games out at the end of the year.
Oh, that'd just be another heartbreaker.
We could have had it all, John. Could have had it all. I really wanted to have you on, and you just say everything we wanted to hear. But we appreciate you, man. Thanks for the great breakdown, and thanks for carving out a few minutes for us, Sean. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me on the show.
Thanks,
all right,
John.
again, that's Sean Hollinger, the Athletic, former vice president of basketball operations for the Memphis Grizzlies. I'm going to be honest. I don't like a damn thing John had to say.
Yeah, I almost hit him with the move this
I did not want a neutral party perspective on this. I've changed my mind. We're just having Matt Georges on from now on, who just speak with nothing but positivity and excitement.
Yeah.
I think he's wrong though.
Not
by a lot. Not by a lot. Like he has them pegged, and you know he stood strong. 37-45 is what he has them finished at his at the end of his breakdown. 11th in the Western Conference. 37. I mean, I think when we went past the numbers, when you did the numbers a couple of weeks ago, 37 is actually that's going to be a pretty high win total for a 11th spot.
Mm-hmm.
I think this team hovers around 500, man. I really do.
I do too. And I like
maybe I'm what I've despised. Maybe I've become one of those homers. Like I don't think this team is as bad as they were last year.
Well, you know when you predict the Kings to not be successful, is about you're being a realist. Because it's never real that they could actually.
No, that's true.
Good.
Yeah,
you're being a realist that they're not good. That's just kind of crazy. But I think he's undervaluing the guys on this team and undervaluing a guy like not because he says he's great, but Davion Mitchell and what he's able to bring to the team. We didn't even get into Tyrese Halliburton, and we didn't even get into Harrison Barnes.
Other than he can't get hurt. So let's just establish that now. Right. Nothing happens to Harrison Barnes this season.
I think he's undervaluing Mo Harkless. I think Mo Harkless is an adequate wing player. And if he had to, hopefully Harrison doesn't get hurt, but if Mo had to step in for 5 games and play the small forward role, he'd be fine. And then coming off the bench, you got your 3-guard lineups and things of that nature. So I think there's more to this team than somebody like John Hollinger, thinks. But at the same time, this is where I do understand. It feels like John Hollinger did his homework. So I'm not going to say he doesn't watch.
Oh, he definitely did.
He did his homework.
And frustrating. He did his homework as it pertains to last year. Now, I do think John is off about some things. Mm-hmm. And I didn't.
Jamias Ramsey?
So there's this fine line of this man was an NBA general manager. So maybe he saw something I didn't. But when he said that, I looked right at you and was like, oh, God, I don't want to do I challenge him on this? Like, I'm not trying to be combative, but
see, I hit him with the, he's young. He's young.
Yeah. Immediately I was like, oh my God, in the interview, we've got to end this interview. But he did write so I obviously he did his research on last season, which is broken down again in painstaking detail on The Athletic, but he also wrote in likely starters, Rashawn, Marvin, Harrison, Buddy, and De'Aaron. Buddy's not starting. He's not. Tyrese Halliburton is starting. So while I think John Hollinger did a terrific job of breaking down last year, I don't know that he's as into, and rightfully so. He did a write-up for every single team in the league.
Right.
He probably wasn't as in tune with the current version of the Sacramento Kings. He probably looks at the roster, sees Buddy still here, sees Marvin still here, and thinks, well, there's probably not going to be a whole lot of change there, though he was obviously pleased that Rashawn Holmes is still here.
Yeah. He, like you just mentioned, I mean, he dove into the team, and in the article, he did it very thoroughly. I just disagree. I just disagree. Just as simple as that. I don't see it the same way, and I don't think I'm looking at it like a homer. I'm just looking at what they put out there on the court, and even if you wanted to say they're not playing against Dame, Portland, all this other stuff, and you'd be 100% correct. Off the rip, it's looking like the bench is better than the 3 teams that they've played. Like, they've got a better bench than the Clippers, than the Suns, than the Blazers. You know what I mean? So that's going to be helpful in itself.
I've been staring at this message from Brian, and it's just making me laugh. Last segment, one of your best ever. This one kind of went in a different direction.
Oh man, I didn't, I didn't mean to press that again. I didn't mean to press that.
You will come on this show and you will say what makes us happy.
Damn it.
That is it.
Now, I will say this to his defense, I guess. Rory brings up Hollinger relies on the projection models for his predictions. Those models aren't going to predict outlier production from rookies.
Sure.
If Mitchell is an outlier, then the model will be wrong. And that's fair. That's fair.
Rory was the one who put together that wild graphic about, or not wild, but that very detailed graphic on minutes played at positions. So I'm going to trust Rory there in his vibe.
Yeah.
Well, my takeaway from talking to Jon is keep Harrison safe at all costs. That's what I'm riding with. Let's just keep Harrison Barnes safe and make sure he plays all year long.
That is mandatory.
Well, now I'm down.
Don't be
Can we
down.
call Matt George?
I'm
Get
here.
Matt George on early to like just. Well, Matt George has kind of gone heel a little bit. Maybe he's just gone heel on Buddy. I don't know that Matt's gone full heel on the Kings. He's just turned his back on his longtime love for not Buddy, Marvin. He's turned heel on Marvin.
He did talk about a possible 3-guard lineup with the bench. I like that. I think Terence Davis is aggressive enough on the defensive end where you still got that I hate to always use dog analogies, but that pit bull type backcourt with Davion and Terance Davis. And then Buddy is free to.
Pit bulls can be very lovable dogs, by the way.
They can be very loyal too, aren't they?
Very.
Oh.
I was just saying.
But they get aggressive too.
They can.
Yeah, they get aggressive. But I say all that to say, Buddy can freelance and run around and shoot and do all that stuff, and he's freed up. It's almost like I think this is a hockey term, and by the way, the NHL season starts tonight. I think I'm going to try to dive a little bit into it.
Really?
Yeah.
There is one. I do want to watch the Kraken.
I do want to watch the Kraken. I want to see that.
Kraken.
But because they're going back to ESPN, so I think I get more games on ESPN Plus. That might be something I go to sleep to.
Oh, you're going to go to sleep to hockey.
Yeah, maybe. I might not. I might just be fibbing. I might be joshing here. I don't know. But
is this like you're going to watch The Office?
No, because I actually watched The Office. I'll actually watch NHL.
So you've watched more than the 3 episodes that you watched 4 months ago?
No.
Oh,
I haven't watched any shows aside from Raising Canaan outside of sports. Well,
you're missing out on BMF.
I know. I hadn't even started, but I do take that back. This one's kind of crazy. What's the name? Family Chantel is back. You probably don't know anything about that.
I don't.
Family Chantel's. It started from 90 Day Fiance, and then they got their own spinoff show. And I don't watch it regularly, but if I come in, I'm not even going to fib to you. If I come in and the channel is on that, and Family Chantel is on, I'll probably watch the rest of the episode. They're pretty interesting. So that's probably outside of Raising Canaan. That's probably the only TV show I've watched since NBA has been back on, and Major League Baseball playoffs and all that.
Don't know.
Dr. David knows, man. Pedro, a funny dude, man. Pedro, his sister wild. The mom is wild. Yeah, look, I'm telling you, there's Leezy. Family Chantel's an interesting watch. It is. They do a great job. They do a great job, man.
I just don't know what to say to you sometimes. I don't even know what's going on. Have you seen what's it called? Squid Game?
Is that like the Hunger Games type deal?
I have no idea.
I haven't watched it.
I just keep hearing about it.
I heard it's pretty good. Yeah.
Is it crazy? Like people were talking about it like it is wild.
It's like Hunger Game, isn't it, Jesse? Something like that.
Is it a scripted show or is it a? Oh, okay. It's a show. Okay, good. All right. David Jackson jumps in and said, "Let's do another segment about Grant, quick."
You don't want to hear Pedro call Chantel Pinky Winky?
Oh, okay. Well, on that note, Matt George is. I never in my life thought I would say Matt George is going to come save the show. I do got to unveil those power rankings. Though.
Oh yeah, we got power rankings.
We can hit that next.
Yes, because I need to know what you're talking about.
We should probably talk about Kyrie too. There's a couple of NBA things we probably should talk about here.
My dude Kyrie, man, I don't know
Kyrie,
him again.
Kyrie, Ben Simmons. Apparently, Ben Simmons is in Philly. He was at the Wells Fargo Center last night. Like, what's good?
Man, just showed up.
I'm a season ticket holder. Let's go. Give me my COVID test. Let's make it happen. We'll dive into all of that. We Lamar Jackson not getting his due on this show. We'll have our 3 biggest takeaways from week 5. All of that's coming up. Matt George joins us an hour from now to talk more Kings basketball. We want to hear from you as well. 916-349-1320. That's an awesome way to connect here on the phone lines. Of course, you can jump in the chat house at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We are back with more here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Dame, do you go to a chiropractor at all?
Mm-mm.
I don't.
No.
I don't either. I don't feel like I need to, but
yeah, I could go for one every once in a while.
Oh snap! My bad.
You doing the show? Okay,
Yeah.
I was making sure I get out the way.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta get my timer down real quick. All right, 13th round here. Your main man Kenny Caraway, and yesterday I broke down Wilder Fury 3, the classic that it was, and what such a memorable fight it was. Now, as I put Wilder and Fury to bed for a little bit, because there's other things going on in boxing, and I would have spent about a week and a half talking about these two, but they deserve it. I'm going to put them to bed right here because I'm going to talk about what's next for both of these guys. And when you have, let's start with the winner, Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury doesn't have much of a challenge left in all the boxing. Yeah, there's a big money fight out there with Anthony Joshua. Yeah, he's probably going to try and unify it with Alexander Usyk. Yeah, they got Dillian White out there. But I don't think any of those guys pose the same threat that Deontay Wilder does. Tyson Fury is probably going to face Usyk or White because Usyk's got to do the AJ rematch. So he's probably going to face White, beat him, beat Usyk to become undisputed. And once he becomes undisputed, I don't think he's going to fight again. I think he'll retire. I think he'll retire as the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. So that's what's going on with Fury. I see him fighting for maybe another 2 or 3 years. Deontay Wilder, on the other hand, I thought at 36 years old and kind of the punishment that he had taken in the last 2 fights, he may be going towards the lane of retirement. He has nothing left to prove in this game. He's a guy that is probably the number 2 heavyweight in the world, and there's only one man in the world that can beat him. And that's frustrating. I understand that. But there's still something to hold your head up about with that. Malik Scott, he said Deontay's not retiring, though. So when you talk about Deontay Wilder fights and the way that he fights, there's still some good ones out there. He could fight Andy Ruiz. He could have a huge fight with Anthony Joshua. He could fight a number of different guys and be in live and engaging fights. If he doesn't want to retire, he can still fight and make a lot of money. So these two you will continue to see in one way or another for at least the next few years. It's the 13th round. Yeah, man, 36 years old, Deontay Wilder. At least at the time of the fight, he was 36. He's Dr. David, he's not going to improve. Barrett, I could be wrong, but I don't even think Fury's 30 yet. I think he might be like 28, 29 years old. He's not old at all. Could be wrong, though. Wilder, he's not. He is who he is. Tiger don't change his stripe at this point in his life. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're spot on, Dr. David. Like this is going to be crazy.
Yeah, we can get him. Yeah, we'll get him. It's all right. We got him. Odyssey, Twitch, YouTube, 13:20 a.m. We got Matt George coming up 1 hour from now. We got James Ham tomorrow. We got Deuce and Mo on Thursday, man. As we ramp up for King season, we got a lot of great stuff on the way for you. We got our power rankings coming up here in just a couple of minutes as well. The most anticlimactic reveal of a power ranking in history.
That's cap. Because I don't know what you're going to say.
At least on my end, it will be. Let's go to Mitch here, though. 916-349-1320. Jump in on the phone lines if you want to. Mitch, what's going on, baby? How you feeling?
How's it going, guys? I feel this. Well, first of all, I'm glad Gruden won't be seen in any capacity. It's just too bad he gets to enjoy all that money.
Who's that? Oh,
he said Gruden. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Gruden. Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS. We won't see him, man. We won't hear him talk anymore. Enough. I'm sweating, boy. I don't know if we want that game.
His name.
I think a couple of sports hosts have stolen the bats from the Dodgers down in L.A. I think they originate from Sacramento. Let me give you a description. I mean, you guys feel it. The Giants are playing like the amazing Mets. I know it's before your time. 1969. I know they had great pitch. Yeah, I'm going back quite far there, but their pitchers there from '69 when they beat the big dog Orioles was heavily favored.
Mitch, what are you talking about? What are you talking about,
the
Mitch?
Giants are playing like the amazing Mets. They're just on fire right now.
Are they?
They're a team of destiny.
Oh,
the Buffalo Bills.
Mitch, are you throwing in the towel?
Seems like it. I better resign Seager. They play, and their farm system's overrated.
Real quick, Mitch.
I love Mitch, man.
Give me a confidence poll on a scale of 1 to 10. How confident are you that the Dodgers are going to win this series?
-5.
Oh man! Oh, Mitch is going through it today, boy. Mitch is going through it today.
Mitch
But,
said,
hey,
I'm not going to mention his name, but this was an OJS.
OJS. That is so funny. I ain't gonna mention his name, but his initials are R. Kelly. What? What? Oh man. Like you can't even say I'm not gonna mention his name, but his initials are OJ. What? Oh man.
Oh man. I love when Mitch calls.
I had no idea that all we needed after the Gruden conversation was Mitch. That's what we needed to bring things back to life was our man Mitch. Ooh, John Hollinger took us down. It was like, man, this show's headed south quick.
Oh man.
Kings are 3-0. We should be partying.
But Mitch, Dodger fan, says his confidence is at a -5.
Don't matter.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I want him to be more confident. I want to, because I'm not at a positive 15. If I was a Giants fan, I'm not there.
Shouldn't be.
I'm just, hey, humble hearts.
No, humble hearts.
Want to know every day. We want to know yesterday. Let's go 1-0 today. That's all I'm trying to do.
Might pop a bottle of rosé if we get to debut that rosé line over at DeloandKC.com.
Come on now.
That's only if the Giants win. It's only if the Giants win tonight. They've got to win tonight. Let's unveil our power rankings. Unfortunately, I spent so much time with these stupid rankings. I don't have the theme that I promised to bring back, which I will bring back tomorrow. So here's what I was doing. I was working. You know that the Ravens was kind of getting it handed to them yesterday.
They were.
And as I was looking at these power rankings, I was like, man, this is going to cut me deep, Shrek. I'm going to have to take Lamar and the Ravens out of the power rankings. I don't like this. And Lamar Jackson is the only reason that I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan. I don't like the I mean, that's a stretch to say I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan, but I root for the Ravens because I love Lamar Jackson. Don't like that owner. Don't like their favorite former player. Love that quarterback that much.
Yeah. I'm a big Lamar guy too.
Bro, this dude is incredible. What Lamar Jackson is doing is incredible. And as I was I wasn't even half watching that game. Like, it was on. I was paying attention to it. There was a lot of holy crap moments going on with it. You got the Dodgers and Giants taking part in the most anxiety-filled baseball game in recent memory. You got the Sacramento Kings, which is the focal point of what we do here on D'Lo and KC, going on, trying to pay attention to them. And I kept finding myself looking at the other screen, looking at what Lamar Jackson is doing. And as that game came to a conclusion, it dawned on me, wait a minute. The Ravens came back and won. So I went back and I looked at my power rankings.
Wait a minute. Before you do that, we're getting into power rankings right now?
Right now.
When we supposed to do something?
You missed the part where I said I didn't have it ready. I don't have the music that I promised.
That's what you meant.
You can sing if you want to.
That's what you meant when you say you didn't have it ready. I thought you were
talking
about something.
They say this is a big rich town.
I just come from the poorest part. Bright lights, city lights, I gotta make it.
The Chargers have a really, really strong case to not only be in the power rankings, but be really high in the power rankings.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Bills have a strong case to be in the power rankings. Be really high in the power rankings. I looked at the teams that they beat, though. And then I looked at my power rankings and thought, what sort of changes do I need to make? Well, the number one team in my power rankings still hasn't lost. It's the Arizona Cardinals. Like it or not, partner, they still haven't lost. Wasn't the sexiest game that they played on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Haven't lost. Rams. They were my number 2 team. They won. Ravens. They won. Bucks. Won. Cowboys. Won. I adjusted. I moved. I flipped. I flopped. My power rankings are the exact same as they were last week.
Wow.
Cardinals at number 1, Rams, Ravens, Bucks, Cowboys. I'm sorry to the Bills fans. I'm really sorry to the Chargers fans, because if you forced me to put a 6 and a 7, I'd probably go Chargers first.
They're not in the power ranking. That's crazy. It's crazy.
They're good enough. I mean, they're legit. They're absolutely legit. But I'm not taking the Cowboys out. I'm certainly not taking the Bucks out. I'm not taking the Ravens out. I'm not taking the Rams out, and I'm not taking the Cardinals out.
Well, okay.
I couldn't make a change to my power rankings. I couldn't.
Well, I did.
Okay.
Kenny Garraway's power rankings through week 5. Boom, 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 boom.
From the pole. Well, I'll have it next week. I promise. I promise.
So we'll go from 1, because 1 is the only place there isn't a change.
It's the Cardinals.
And that is the Los Angeles Chargers. They were 1 last week. They remain 1 for me. There's nothing to change that. That team is electric. No pun intended. Number 2, moving up from number 3. It's the Dallas Cowboys. Number 2 in my power rankings right now.
Okay.
Number 3, coming from not ranked at all, it's the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, so you're buying into the Bills.
Shout out to Akrita. Shout out to the whole, to the family over there. Bills, number 3, weren't ranked at all. They're 3 now. Number 4 was the team that was number 2 last week. And that's the Arizona Cardinals. Just wasn't impressed with what I saw. Think they could be had. Number 5.
We'll revisit that later, but go ahead.
Number 5 was the team that was number 4 last week. And that's the Los Angeles Rams. And that means that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers fall out of the top 5. I can only have 5 teams. Buccaneers aren't one of the top 5 teams, in my opinion. So I got Chargers 1, Cowboys
Really?
2, Bills 3, Cardinals 4, Rams 5.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a hell of a stance.
Yeah, man.
The
Chargers ain't coming out. Chargers arguably pound for pound have the best resume in the game.
I don't know if this is what I think it is, but we can.
Okay.
Nope. I know what that is. That's KC. How about this one?
They say this is a big rich town.
I think this is the unedited version. Let me make
I
sure.
just come from the poorest
Oh, my.
part.
So yeah, no, yeah. Now see, now we really about to start singing, and we gotta like, hold on, $50,000 fine.
Yeah.
Hang on, but
Shout out to Joe. You got to get Joe on the show. That'd be awesome. I don't know.
I'm confidence level very high that we could pull that off. Reach out to Derek Allen, DOA, produced a number of his tracks. I think we could get that done. DOA, if you're listening, I'm making a call. We got to get Joe on the show. Shoot, we can get Joe. We can get Derek Allen on the show for a happy hour and talk about touring with Janet Jackson and all of the different things that he's done in the game.
You want to talk about stories? Gotta have them stories.
Now, to be fair, there might be some NDAs involved with some of these. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I'll check with DOA and see if we can get my man here on the show to have some fun with us.
Yeah, that'd be a good time. But yeah, man, Chargers number 1.
I get it. I mean,
not even in your top 5. Although I don't have the Bucks in my top 5. So
I mean, Brady threw like I think 9 touchdown passes this weekend. 10.
Cover your ears, Jesse. Those against the Dolphins. Who cares?
Bro, okay, so with that said, the only thing that prevented the Dolphins from being in my powerless rankings were the fact that Jesse could just pull the plug on this whole thing and there'd be nothing we could do about it. Because I looked a long time at the Dolphins and thought, nah, let's go this route. It's the Jags, Texans, Lions, Falcons, Jets. I bumped the Colts down to 6 just because they fought pretty hard against the Ravens, but
yeah, my powerless rankings did not change the teams. The order changed a little bit. Jags still number 1. They're not leaving. Texans still number 2. After blowing that game, that's cemented. Number 3 this week is the Jets. They were number 4 last week. Number 4 is the Lions. They were number 3 last week. Poor Dan Campbell.
Man,
moved to tears.
He got me a little bit with that one. I was like, okay, I feel for him. That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, man. He's trying to get these guys on the right track, man. He feels they deserve a win, and he's not wrong.
Hopefully, he had a nice little kneecap after that. After that press conference, I did feel for him. Like, man, you don't have to look at Dan Campbell and wonder if he cares.
Oh, he gives.
I feel for him, and he ain't out there sending off racially charged emails or whatever the hell Urban Meyer was doing at that spot in Columbus. He's just out there trying to win football games. So I feel for him.
Yeah, that's it. So, and then I got the Falcons at 5. Their win over the hapless Jets in London that nobody watched did not change my opinion on them being a bottom 5 team in this league.
Fair enough. I'm kind of, I do. There are other things I want to get to Kyrie before we get back to the Kings here, but I've kind of turned on Dan Campbell a little bit. I was really turned off by his press conference. Not my vibe. I think I was still agitated about the whole Eric Bieniemy thing. His players seem to absolutely love him. I don't know whether the dude is a good football coach or not. He's 0-5. I don't know what to say about that, but man, that dude is invested in his players, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for that.
Yeah, they rock with him too, like you just mentioned. Man.
That's important.
Yeah,
that's
and the Lions haven't been an embarrassment this year. You know what I mean? They're out there, they're competing. They've had 2 tough losses.
Yeah,
you know, you want to talk about what ifs and all this other stuff. A 66-yard field goal beat them one day, and then they thought they had the win last week against the Vikings, and weren't able to get that. So, yeah, he's got them going in the right direction.
And I don't know what direction Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets are going in, but the Brooklyn Nets took a stance that I'll admittedly say I didn't think that they would. Brooklyn general manager Sean Marks had said that Kyrie Irving will not be a part-time participant with the team. Essentially what he said is they are going to send him away until he can become a full-time participant with the team. That means he's not going to be in a position where he can play road games.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to practice. He's not going to play. He's not going to be a part of the team until he fulfills the vaccine mandate and can be with the team full-time in Brooklyn and on the road. Again, there was a tweet yesterday. I think it was I don't remember if it was Woj Shams. I don't remember who put it out there. But there was a report yesterday that Sean Marks was going to consult with Kevin Durant and James Harden as well as Steve Nash about what to do in terms of Kyrie's availability this year. I don't know what the results of that conversation were, but it sure sounds like there were a couple of people on board for this decision by Sean Marks to say they have no choice but to send Kyrie away until he's able to fully participate.
And that seems fair. That seems fair to what the Nets are trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they, as much as they definitely want Kyrie there, can't have him in and out. Can't say, I can be here for this game, but can't be here, practice here, all this other stuff. Just, it's better served, I think, if they say, well, Kyrie, we understand if you don't want to do this, but we got to look out for the other 13 guys, 12 guys on the roster and see what's best for them to achieve the goals that we have.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. We've kind of talked about it a little bit before, and we wonder, and you know, it's been said just kind of randomly, but I don't know, man. What are the odds we saw Kyrie's last game ever in the NBA?
I think those are low. Like in the NBA, I don't think Kyrie's retiring. Could Kyrie disappear for a year? 2? Sure. I don't think Kyrie's retiring. I think maybe a fairer question. Not that your question was unfair. Sorry, I didn't mean to phrase it like that.
I mean, tell us how you really feel.
Another question could be on top of your very fair question that you asked. Could we have seen Kyrie Irving's last game with the Brooklyn Nets? And as we're speaking, push notification comes out that says the 76ers are not interested in Kyrie Irving. I think there was a belief that you could trade a problem for a problem and send Ben Simmons to Brooklyn and Kyrie Irving to Philadelphia. Now, why wouldn't that work?
Well, I mean, no, they don't want to do it with Kyrie Irving.
Why not?
First of all, the Sixers just need to get lost. No, I don't even need to know that they're not interested.
They're still an NBA team. Like, they can't get lost.
No headlines for them. Get lost, Sixers.
Okay. All right.
But then I don't think they
put the 76ers in a box, I guess.
But I don't think they wouldn't want to do that just because the uncertainty of Kyrie Irving and everything that he brings to the table, and you're not sure what you're getting from him. They're kind of going through that right now, and they probably want a little more stability in their life.
Okay.
That's what I would think.
Do you think Kyrie's done? Like done?
I don't think so, but I could see it, man. I would not be surprised if he didn't play no more. And that's crazy to say. It's crazy to say, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I think we've had this conversation before. And again, sometimes commercial breaks, radio, outside life blend in. But I feel like Kyrie wants to be Colin Kaepernick. He wants to have the impact that, and Kyrie is his own man, and I don't question that, but I think he wants the type of, he sees what Colin Kaepernick has become 5 years later. I think part of Kyrie wants that. Yeah. Like what he just can't make up his mind on what it's for. Is it for mental health? Is it for vaccination? Is it for thinking different? I feel like he's just gonna put his hand in every proverbial cookie jar and see which one works.
All right.
And he's barking up the, as you pointed out, I didn't see this earlier. He's flirting with the wrong crowd right now.
Yeah, that is a.
You want to torpedo shoe sales quickly? Go ahead. Embrace what's going on right now around some parts of this country, in people who are flocking towards Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, I don't think you want to deal with that if you're Kyrie. I don't think you want to deal with that at all. But like you said, maybe he's looking for his moment.
Yeah, I don't know what Kyrie is, man. He's different. That's the term everyone will use to describe him, but I feel like it's such a lazy description. He's different. Well, in what way? I don't know. He ain't like you. He ain't like me. And I genuinely don't think Kyrie knows what he believes in. Because if he did, wouldn't this be easy? Because he's a guy who has walked away from basketball, at least in the short term before. Wouldn't this be easy to just say, okay, I believe in not being vaccinated. I'm just not going to play basketball again. Yep. Or I'm going to request a trade out of Brooklyn so I can go somewhere to where I can play basketball every day. I'm going to request a trade to Sacramento because I can play basketball every year. I don't want to go to LA because I can't do it there. I don't want to go to Golden State because I can't do it there. Send me to Denver. Send me to Utah. Send me to Florida or Texas. They'll take care of me there.
That's what my cousin was talking about earlier. Like, yeah, get him to one of them teams.
You'd be good. You'd be the mayor out there in those cities.
Yeah.
But I didn't think Brooklyn would do this. There was talks, rumblings. I didn't think they would do this.
No.
But as I've often said here, I guess this is a t-shirt coming to DLoandKC.com.
Uh-oh.
The hell do I know? I didn't think Ben Simmons was going to show up in Philadelphia. And guess who showed up in Philadelphia yesterday?
Just showed up.
Apparently nobody knew. Just Ben showed up.
Hey guys.
Practice? I got to get my COVID test and I'll be ready to go.
What you mean, hey guys?
The report was no one knew. Like he just did. What was he on? Like Southwest? Did he just like how did no one know?
I think somebody said
what uses miles?
The term was Elton Brand got a text during practice or something like, "Hey, Ben's outside." What?
Ben who? I don't know.
Well, that, like I said, that's going to be awkward. That's going to be awkward. I need to see what that conversation is when he walks in that locker room.
Yeah, with who?
Joel. Yeah.
Doc. Virtually everyone else on the roster. Whoever was going to fly to him and he shunned and said no. Daryl Morey, Elton Brand, like wasn't there? I think Keith Pompey wrote this. We talked about it. He's already said, it was already kind of floated out there. Oh, he'll show up. He'll be disengaged. What is he just not going to do media? He's going to sit there with his head down. Is he just going to sulk? Like, how is this going to work?
I don't know.
Or does he have back spasms? Does he pay tribute to AJ Johnson? My neck and my back.
My back. I can't even get out of bed today. Sorry, coach.
I ain't gonna make practice.
Sorry, Doc. That's all he'd say. Be like, can't get out of bed. Sorry, Doc.
I think he calls him Glenn. Glenn. Let's get Vic on the phone, man. Second time Vic's tried to get in here, and we kind of missed him the first time. 916-349-1320. Vic, appreciate you calling back, getting in here. What's up, man?
What's going on with you, man? I'm loving the show, man. Y'all are holding it down. This show is so therapeutic for the soul. I just want to say thank you guys very much because I'm calling all the way from London, but I grew up in Modesto, California.
Wow, that's what's up, man. Appreciate you for sure.
Sir. Yes, sir. So what are we talking about today, fellas? Kings, Gruden. I saw you guys touching on a few things.
What do you want to talk about, Vic? You tell us. We turn things over to you. I'm always happy to talk about Kings.
What's on your mind, man?
Shout out to Jesse. Shout out to my fellow Modestan, Jesse, and for putting me on. But basically, man, you guys always take the words out of my mouth when I put me on, but with the Jon Gruden stuff, I feel like the people that are talking about it, the white folks and everybody else, and I got a lot of white friends too. I don't discriminate, whatever. You know, I'm an Indian dude, but basically that you know, it's the folks that talk about that really quick. Just touching on that, we can move on to the Kings. But from what you said, that will be talking about this matter about Jon Gruden saying, "Oh yeah, this was wrong and that was wrong," or whatever. But it's folks that are doing that we should also watch out for. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us the smiles right now and saying, pointing the fingers towards Jon, but Jon ain't the only person doing it.
That's true.
That's true.
That's 100% facts.
But you know, going to the Kings, fellas, man, what y'all think, man? Should we get Ben Simmons in for like a De'Aaron Fox? We got
Okay, stop. All right, Vic. That's enough. You are off. All right, Vic. Come on. Vic calling from London lost his damn mind. And he dropped it. Let's just point.
Calling just to talk.
Hey, brother said it was therapeutic for him. I thought he had a couple of things to get off his chest.
Hey,
He
man, that's
dropped.
love, man.
I don't know, man. He dropped the "I got some white friends," and I'm really not sure the show's ever going to recover from that. When you come on the show talking about "I got white friends," I don't know how we kick out of that.
Hey, man, shout out to Vic. Shout out to Vic out there in London.
Vic,
You know what I
Jesse,
mean? Big up to him.
Jesse, is that your cousin?
And then didn't talk Kings
I
until he
love
said
Vic.
Ben Simmons for De'Aaron Fox.
And then he ruined it. Vic, we love you, man. I'm not sure Vic's actually listening, but you know what? We just need a minute. Step out. Let's come back. We'll wrap up week 5 in the NFL. We're going to take a timeout, as my partner says. And we'll come back. We'll talk about the Kings as well. Matt George is going to join us at 3:20. Whew, man, it's been an eventful 2 hours and 43 minutes, boy. I tell you.
I love this show.
It's Twitch, it's YouTube,
It's fantastic.
It's Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. What y'all want to talk about? That's my favorite. Like, what do you want to talk about? That's good stuff.
Let me slide real quick.
Mm-hmm. I got you. I got Bryce's idea here. Hang on. This is the cayenne pepper drink, man. It's killing me. All right. Shout out to my man Bryce, who sent me a note yesterday and reminded me it was the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes' birthday. One of the cool things about like wrestling and being a wrestling fan, and one of the great things about WWE is I was introduced, like, we didn't have cable growing up. I didn't have cable till like I was a little bit older, but my grandparents did, and I always lived really close to my grandparents. So I was always familiar with the, you know, they always call it when they talk about wrestling, that 6:05 time slot on WTBS. Well, here on Saturday nights, it was 3:05. It was WCW Saturday nights, but I didn't watch it every week. I didn't watch it as religiously as I watch WWE Superstars or WWF Superstars and WWF Challenge. And so I was familiar with Dusty Rhodes, the polka dots. That's how I was introduced to Dusty Rhodes. I was introduced to the guy, you know, who wore the polka dots and was dancing and had Sweet Sapphire and had the feud with the Macho King and the Macho Queen. And that's how I became familiar with Dusty Rhodes. It was later, you know, with DVDs, and I was able to scrounge up a couple of old like NWA, WCW VHS tapes. And then that's where I became familiar with like that version of Dusty Rhodes. And that's where I found, you know, the Hard Times promo. And if you're a wrestling fan and you've never seen the Dusty Rhodes Hard Times promo, you've got to go look at that. And now, you know, with podcast and wrestling being able to be consumed like 24/7, and, you know, with NXT kind of growing to what it became, and I realized there are a few wrestlers who have had as massive of an impact as Dusty Rhodes had. Now, there's Hulk Hogan's, there's Macho Man's, there's Cena's, Rock's, Austin's, those types of things. But Dusty Rhodes, from a creative aspect, had such an amazing impact on where wrestling is at today, just because of the way, like, you listen to that early crop of like NXT people, like the Charlottes, Baileys, Sashas, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, like those guys, they all glow about Dusty's creativity. And I was trying to think, who's our Dusty Rhodes? Like, who's that guy that people are going to look back for years and go, man, he really shaped the business. And I've got a name in mind, and I'm curious response. If you're watching this on YouTube separately, leave a comment. If you're in the chat, I know people aren't going to like this, but is it Triple H? Like, Triple H is the only person I can think of. And I know people look at Triple H a certain way because of who he's married to and his family and marrying into the McMahon family and all of that. But I feel like Triple H has been really impactful creatively, partly because, and perhaps mainly because of NXT. But I'm curious who people think wrestler today, the guy around who might have the impact that the American Dream Dusty Rhodes had. Oh, that's a good one, Bryce. That's Paul Heyman right out the grave. Yeah, Dusty was really entertaining. I found Dusty incredibly entertaining. I just didn't learn about him I didn't learn about that version of Dusty Rhodes till later. It has definitely been a wild show. Those things like Gruden and all that stuff, that shit is fatiguing. That stuff is hard to talk about because it's going to piss so many people off.
Yeah.
I love Vic so much, man.
Vic is he's a young goat when it comes to callers for this show.
And I love, and I genuinely mean this. I love when people say that this show is therapeutic for them. And I know it's not therapeutic for everybody. And that's what I was just telling Casey and the crew here on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. When you've got to address topics like, we were on the air when the situation with Milwaukee happened in the bubble. We were on the air when the George Floyd verdict came in. And then you have this, situation with Jon Gruden here. Obviously, these are different situations, but anytime that you have to address a topic that is so divisive, it's difficult. And believe it or not, I laid out a lot of what I wanted to say when talking about Jon Gruden because I wanted to deliver it a certain way, and realized the more and more we talked, the less and less I was delivering it the way I intended. And you kind of get that feeling when you do this sometimes where, like, you could feel your body temperature go up, your skin gets hotter, you feel like your skin is, that's what was happening during that conversation with Jon Gruden. I hate those conversations because I know the chat, like, that's crew, like, that's family, agree or disagree, like, that's family, and I know we're gonna rock. There's a lot of people on the radio we don't hear from every day. We don't hear from ever. And I'm sure there are plenty of people who didn't appreciate what you said, what I said, what we had to say about the situation.
It had to be said, though.
But that's why diversity in this business is important, because you want to have people, and it's good to hear people that represent your point of view, and it's good to hear people that don't represent your point of view. But when all you hear is the people that don't, eventually you're going to turn that stuff off.
Yeah, man. And that's kind of what it comes down to. I talked about with the Jon Gruden thing. Representation, seeing somebody that has the same experiences that you do that have shaped maybe your thoughts. That doesn't necessarily mean it's always right. I'm not always right. Damien's not always right. Other people aren't always wrong or anything like that. Yeah. But like you mentioned, when it's just one train of thought and one look that's always out there, you're going to go searching for other people.
It's the same stuff that gets repeated over and over and over again. And as a listener, it gets frustrating. Because there was a time where I didn't feel like there would be anyone like us in this business who would talk about things that I like to hear about, who would talk about movies like Paid in Full, you know what I mean? Or albums like Ready to Die versus, when turn on the Hotel California is the greatest song ever. Like, word? Okay. Gosh, guys, what Doors album is the best? And you know what? That's awesome for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But there are some people that like, yo, I want to talk about Ice Cube. I want to hear about, different things like that. And so that was the whole point in what we were talking about, and now a much more measured stance than it may have been an hour and some change ago is representation, options, having different people to listen to with different opinions.
It matters. You know what I mean? It matters. So you
Kings,
can learn something too.
Yeah, at least you hope so. If you're willing to listen, you learn something. If you're not willing to listen, you're not going to learn anything, because you're not going to believe anything that you're hearing is true. But if you're willing to listen, you could absolutely learn something. And it doesn't mean that Kenny's right or I'm right. It means that's how we feel. It means that's our opinion on situation. And it's a reason why a lot of people who you may not hear from feel like us. So we don't have to talk about Jon Gruden again, but it came up here in the chat, and it was the uniqueness of today's show. And then, of course, we come off that fiery segment into John Hollinger, who burned all our Sacramento Kings dreams straight to the ground in one single 11-minute conversation. But we're riding high as Kings fans, or at least I am. They've won 3 straight games. I don't care if it's preseason. Hell, they've won 8 straight games.
Let's go.
If you count the Summer League. We'll talk more about the Kings in just a minute. We'll talk to Matt George coming up in about 30 minutes. We actually got a lot of work ahead today with Matt George that we'll tell you about when he joins us. Let's close the door, though, KC, on week 5 in the NFL season. As we were wrapping up yesterday with Jason Jones, we mentioned Trey Lance. He's going to be dealing with a sprained knee that may bail Kyle Shanahan out a little bit when it comes to making a quarterback decision in the coming weeks. It sounded like he was steadfast on Jimmy Garoppolo anyway, so it might not matter. Of course, there is a situation where maybe Jimmy Garoppolo isn't ready. Maybe Trey Lance isn't ready. Now we're headed into a whole different stratosphere of a football season, if that winds up being the case. And that's something we could talk about. The 49ers are on a bye heading into the weekend. But as we close the door on week 5, is there you have any big takeaways from this season, or excuse me, from this week, like where you're at here today? For me, like, I'll give you mine. This is my biggest takeaway from the week. It's still early. Like, we want to have our power rankings, and we want to have our proclamations.
You want to have your little power rankings.
Thank you, Stone Cold Kenny Caraway. Yo, it's still early, and there's still a lot of teams kind of figuring themselves out. I don't know if the 49ers are one of those teams figuring themselves out, or if they're just not a very good football team. I don't know what Seattle is. But I look around and I see, okay, the Rams, they have some flaws. That's a good football team. Arizona did not look impressive this week, but they're 5-0. Like, there's something to that. The Bucs, as much as I might not like to admit it, they might have just gotten their one loss out of the way. They looked ahead to that schedule, and they're like, yo, we're good. We'll see y'all in the conference championship.
I'll see you in the playoffs, at least. I don't know about the conference championship.
Chicago Bears have put a couple of things together here now with Justin Fields. Didn't look particularly impressive. Of course, they were playing a team that looked like ass, so there ain't nothing to take away from that. But they've strung together a couple of wins now with Justin Fields at the quarterback position. Point being, my AFC representative, Cleveland Browns lost a fist fight to your Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, man.
It's early, man, and I know we want that content every Monday and Tuesday. There are still a lot of teams figuring some things out.
Yeah, and you're spot on with that. And I've said, a couple of different times, you want to be playing your best football in December as opposed to September. Now, you can get it to the point where you're so bad in September that your best football being played in December doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, that happens. But there's teams that are, kind of hovering around a 500 record. San Francisco 49ers are in that boat. That they've got to find some things out. They've got to find out what works for them what's going to be best for them, and then just do the little things. Because like you said, it is early, and thank God they were able to play the Lions and the Eagles early, get those 2 wins. Because at the end of the day, it's just about your win-loss record.
Yeah.
No matter who you beat, how many points you beat them by or whatever, it's your win-loss. So you got 2 in your back pocket right now.
No BCS points here.
No BCS
no college
points.
football playoff system points here.
Yeah. So it is early. It definitely is early. One of the things that stood out to me right now, though, is it's looking like Buffalo and the Chargers for me. Those 2 teams look like they might just be a little notch better than everybody else, at least in the AFC right now.
You're really not feeling the Bucks?
No, I don't think the Bucks are.
Oh, you said the AFC. Sorry,
Yeah,
you said the AFC. Sorry,
but
my
I'm
bad.
I'm not though. I don't think
Okay.
the Bucks are that good.
Really?
No. I mean, the 2 good teams that they've played so far, shoulda, woulda, couldas. I mean, the Cowboys are right there to beat them at home in a situation that was tailor-made for the Bucks to win, and they lost to the Rams. The rest, they played the Falcons and the Dolphins, and
Well, there's a lot of but aren't the Bills like that?
the
Didn't the Bills have a similar makeup?
The Bills, yeah, kind of.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was trying to be quick and have the teams pulled up in front of me.
The
Like they
only
beat
really
Miami.
good team they beat is the Chiefs, I guess.
Yeah, okay, and right, that's big, by the way. Like they beat Kansas
In
City.
Kansas City.
They beat them handily. They shut out the Texans 40-0. They shut out the team formerly known as the Miami Dolphins 35-0. They beat Washington 43-21, and then somehow they lost to Pittsburgh the first week of the season.
Yeah. I think they were up 10-0 in that game, had like a block punt, changed the game. It was silly.
That's looking. That's good. That might look really awkward by the end of the year.
I think it
The
will.
Bills lost to the Steelers.
I think it will. So I'm just, and to your point, the Bucks are probably going to have the number 1 seed.
So that's
They're probably going to go, what is it, 15-2 or 14-3 or something like that. Worst case scenario.
See, this is what ruined my entire night last night. I'm gonna take you behind the curtain, as my partner says. This is what ruined everything for me last night. Was the Chargers? The Chargers ruined everything for me last night. We just talked about that. The Buffalo Bills had that one like really quality win against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Chargers got 2
Mm-hmm.
because they just beat Cleveland in that ridiculous game on Sunday. They also have beaten Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
I kept getting hung up on the fact the Cowboys beat the Chargers.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a trip. And we
I
know
hope they can have a fan base because that's a good football team right there.
we know when they got a hell of a quarterback, hell of a young quarterback. We know what they've turned into. But I'll give them a little credit for beating the Raiders, who were undefeated at the time.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Fair enough.
So
Yeah, fair enough.
the Chargers, I'm a believer in what they got going on right now. And Herbert, like I said, is just looking tough.
Ooh. Sunday. Did you see Sunday? It's the Chargers and the Ravens.
Wow. Where's
You
it
ain't
at?
got no game day to do either. Ooh, boy.
The ironic thing is I might just walk away from football on Sunday because I don't have to work.
Yeah.
Like, nah, I don't even know if I'm watching football.
I
You
got
said
you.
it's in Baltimore, though?
It is. Yeah, it's in Baltimore.
If they get that one, they may go from not ranked to number 1 in the D-Lo power ranking.
That's accurate. They very well may because that's 100% accurate. That may be a thing. You're listening.
Crazy to start off.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope that if you're watching, if you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. That's a big deal for us. Hit the subscribe button as well. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. It's a little heart button in the corner. I think there's a little bell that you can hit that notifies you when we go live. You can follow us on all our social media platforms. You could hit the heart button on the Odyssey app, or you could just kick back and hang out with D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. He is a very happy Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. Of course, my partner is happy because his San Francisco Giants are one game away.
One to go. Not done yet. One more, guys. One stop.
As LeBron James famously said, We think he sounded just like that in the NBA Finals against the Golden State Warriors. One more to go. It was a heart-stopping performance last night from both ball clubs, and we put some stakes on this game tonight. Not some filet mignons, but even better. If the Giants win tonight, we'll do a 30% off sale over at DeLoandCasey.com, and we'll drop our brand new rose-themed gear. Y'all have got to see this.
Yes, it's fire, man.
But it's only good if the Giants win tonight.
Yeah.
So that'll be a way for us to do a little celebration as this team will head off to the next round. And neither one of us expect that to happen, by the way.
I don't.
Which is probably why we're getting so bold with sales and merchandise drops and all of these different things, because it wouldn't be the way of the series.
No, man. Like, it's just the way the 2021 season has gone between the Giants and the Dodgers. The only way it could end is in a game 5, winner-take-all situation. And I'm definitely going to be rooting. I'm confident in what the Giants are able to do out there, but it's just in my gut. It's just telling me this thing is going 5. But shout out to that man, Evan Longoria.
Yep.
Ironically, we were just talking about him yesterday, how he changed his fortunes from when he came into the league.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Tyler Rogers. Big ups to my man Camilo Duvall. I got it. I'm ready, Poppy. That's what he said. And shout out to Gabe Kapler, who once again is just pressing all the right buttons. There was a couple times in that game when I was like, really? We can start off with people were questioning why Evan Longoria was in the lineup. He's been struggling at the plate. And like, oh, why not just go with Chris Bryant at third? Do that. He said, I believe in him. He's had a great career. I believe that at any point in time, he could turn it around. Gets the game-winning hit. Game-winning home run, the only run of the game. I questioned Tyler Rogers early in that game. I think that was in the 6th inning when he brought him in. Maybe it might have been the 5th inning. Brought him in, got out of that jam, came back for another inning and got through that one. I questioned Duvall going 2 innings. I said, Joe, you're putting a young boy in there for 2 innings? 2 innings at Dodger Stadium against the Heart. He went up against Turner, Seager, and who was the other one he went up against? Trey Turner, both Turners, the Turner boys. You know what I mean? He went up against both of them and got that taken care of. Then shout out to Gavin Lux, who thought he had a home run and barely got to the warning track.
He sure did think he had a home run. It sounded like one. It got me to react. I'll tell you that. It got me to react. And by the way, the Kings are 3-0.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter that it's in the preseason. Doesn't matter. Kings are 3-0. We're going to talk a lot about that when Matt George joins us coming up in about 13 minutes. We got to talk about that, man. Davion Mitchell. Shout out to Bobby Gerald, who's got Kenny Caraway blocked on Twitter. He's listening to the show. He says real tears.
Bobby unblocked me. I don't know that he said this because I can't see it.
You can't see it, but he says real tears. I'm not going to mention his name, but his initials are OJS.
That was an all-timer.
Mitch might get the honor of being the first call we cut and put on the board. We might have to cut that clip of Mitch saying his initials are, I'm not going to mention his name, but his initials are OJS. That might have to go on the board right there. Go ahead. His initials are OJS.
I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to mention his name, but let's just say OJS.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that sound. Let's go to the phone lines, man. 916-349-1320 from Bobby Gerald to Bobby on the phone. Bobby, what's happening?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We all right, man. How you doing today on this Tuesday, man?
Good, thank you. This wind's finally dying down, can breathe a little bit, but I like you guys' takes, man. I was telling the phone screener that you guys you just bring up. I like how you kind of touch all topics of what we're dealing with in society too, because you guys, you can tell you're good dudes, man. And
thank you, bro.
I'm not the right guy to ask because I have an unbiased perspective, and I just liked it. You guys just keep it real, man, and we need that right now. Disappointing what's going on with everything with Gruden and all that, but it's arrogance and ignorance is bliss. And hey, man, like you said, if you're going to be doing that under the cover like that, I'm interested to see all the other words these guys are going to use those in the next few coming months.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You know what though, not to cut you off, but the thing that's interesting or sad, however you want to look at it, as what we're talking about, is it's not going to be uncovered. They got what they needed. They got Gruden out to look good, and all the other words I wonder what else they're saying. It's not going to be uncovered.
I hope it is though, because I mean you're right, and I'm not. I mean you guys have a very accurate take on this, but it's it's very refreshing because I'll be real with you guys. I'm from a mixed family. I went to Grant High School. I'm Caucasian. My wife's African American, and this is the truth people need to hear, because it's man, look at it for what it is. If that's, you know what I'm saying? If that's what that is, that guy's an ignorant, arrogant, and probably an undercover closet, racist, because it's Chucky, man. All your oohs and ahs and the Chucky face, and it did cover up that you're a mediocre coach, obviously, the last.
Talk on it. Talk on it.
But you guys are all right, and it hurts me because, like I said, I'm Caucasian. I went to Grant. I was a minority. I think that's so good for Caucasian people to experience. It's just, I'm not the right guy to ask, though. I like how you guys are keeping it authentic and real, though, because, this is what everyone needs to hear. Because this is how we're going to improve, grow, get better. Like you guys, I like how that's been kind of a theme, and it's the Kapler theme. It's everyone to relate it, because I like your team alignment, Casey. I'm all about, Kings, Niners, Giants. Go Giants.
Yes, sir.
And I love your views, man. I find myself aligned with a lot of your views, but I'm trying to be professional in how I present this, because it does touch an emotional core with me. It's this is how we're going to grow and get better as a society, because my children are mixed, and it's I want to give them the best guidance I can as a good human being. Let's start propping up better humans. And it's that's what I think society has to trend towards, because we're trying, and I think it's great how you guys are holding people accountable. And it's going even back to Grant. I was an avid KCK listener. You guys have kind of converted me here this last year, but that's still, it's do we think Grant, and I'm sorry to get full circle on you guys, but that's
good.
You're straight, man.
We're keeping it real though, because you guys seem like solid people. And I just think we need more of that, because it's that's the message that needs to be heard from, especially, let's just say, I don't want to call ignorance, but sometimes ignorance is bliss, and it just is. And people need to be informed.
Yeah.
And that's a big step I feel you guys take for, obviously, your listeners. But that's SAC in a nutshell. I know you say you're from here, Kenny. I'm Sacramento till I die, and it's that's what SAC is. We're diverse, man. Let's just love each other. And like I said, not the right guy to ask, but that's what makes SAC so cool and unique.
Yeah.
It's a very diverse place, very diverse people. And for the most part, it's a pretty cool city of people who are fairly accepting. So I love how you guys kind of resonate that. And sorry to get all deep on you. I was going to go into the Niners a little bit. I like how. No, but this is cool, you guys. I feel like I can be honest with you guys.
It's all good, man. We appreciate you, Bobby, man, and keep doing what you do, man. The part of this is, like me and Damian talked about earlier, man. It's not about me always being right or him being always. It's about seeking out conversations that will enhance everybody's mindset on whatever the topic is, right? Getting more knowledge. And man, keep doing what you're doing, Bobby, and we appreciate you tapping in, man. DP8, stand up. Del Paso Heights, stand up.
It is. Yes,
Grant,
sir.
stand up. You know what I mean? Big ups to everybody out there, man.
And just prepare, brother. Those mixed kids of yours, it's gonna get rocky, and they gonna need both their parents, because it gets tough on both ends, man. And I'm speaking speaking from firsthand experience, man, it gets tough, and your kids are going to need both of you, man. And we appreciate you. We're glad we were able to get you off of the evil station down south and up here, man, where you belong.
And Bobby, hey man, if our Giants do it tonight, you already know what to do, man. Go to DLonKC.com, man. Come on,
let's go.
Come on,
because we appreciate that.
Popping off, man. If the Giants win it, and I'm not just talking about the bottle of rosé that I got in the wine fridge, ready to go right now.
Oh, it's ready. Yeah, it's ready. We might. Truth be told, we might need a re-up if the Giants win tonight, because it could be a long night.
Woo! Black Bottom said he about to pull up though, so he said he about to pull up.
Oh, okay, right on, yeah, because he was already here. He's like, man, I couldn't make that drive out to the compound. I couldn't make that drive out to the compound.
Yeah, man, yeah, it's all. God told him it's good, man. You know, whenever. But I mean, you see the locker room celebrations in baseball when something happens. That might be my living room.
Okay, no, it won't.
There's zero.
Jazz will not allow that.
Champagne all over the place. Oh my!
You will be homeless. Oh, you gonna go Chris Bosh? Oh, can he go Chris Bosh? Make sure we get this on social media.
Did you see my facial expression? I was here. I wasn't Chris Bosh.
I need Kenny to go Chris Bosh with a bottle of rosé if the Giants wind up beating the Dodgers tonight. That's tonight. Let's look ahead. Let's look back a little bit. Let's talk about what we saw from Davion Mitchell and the Sacramento Kings last night. But let's not do it alone. Our man Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, he is set to join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Steelo and KC, here on ESPN 1320. This is definitely a show for the books.
Yeah.
I don't know what book, but it's going in a book somewhere. Man.
Terrence, no Chris Bosh going on.
We need it. Oh, did he? Let him rock. Let him rock. Let's bring in Matty Ice. Matty. Oh, look at, he's got his new picture. Oh, look at this setup right there, Matt. I like it.
It's done. It's finally done.
Did you got your hair combed? They're not going to make any something about Mary jokes.
They still might. They still might.
They probably will. They joke about all of us.
They joke about everything.
Yeah, like all of us.
I still haven't gotten tomatoes thrown at me, so I'll take that.
Oh well, get ready.
Where's Matt? There's
Matt. Let him know now.
Did Danny ever send? He had something he wanted me to read for you, Matt. Nope, he didn't send it. Oh, well. Matt George.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Have you started the my bad. I'm not up that early. You started the ABC stuff yet? Like, you out there?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I've been there for I think this was week because this is week 7, I think. Yeah,
well, no, I know you've been employed and been working, but have you what kind of stories you've been doing? What's the most interesting story you've done lately?
It hasn't been anything too in depth. I've actually been putting together a lot of their packages for just their video packages for the Giants Dodgers, so that's fun to put together. Getting to put together the 6 different angles of Brandon Crawford looking like the Jumpman logo last night was pretty freaking sweet. I don't know. I don't know if there's been a story that I've done that's super jumped off the page. I will say that that Gabby Petito story has my freaking blood boil every single time I work on it. I have to look at that little prick's face that is clearly hiding after ruining that poor girl's life. It's true what they say about working in news, that you deal with a lot of negative stories, and that's a obviously national story that has a lot of traction right now. So I've edited a lot of stuff involving that, and it just makes me mad every single time I have to see that dude's face. I can't wait for him to get caught.
Wheezy80, just real quick. Wheezy80 is asking if I just took a shot. In fact, I did. It's a wellness shot though. It's apple, lemon, matcha, and Guarana. None of this stuff I drink at 2:00 from 2 to 3 is good at all.
Chip City 5, that is not the first time that I've heard that, nor will it be the last time that I've been compared to Nick Stauskas and
Nick.
or Beno Udrich.
Beno.
I've gotten Nick. I've gotten Beno. I have gotten Nocioni before.
Nocioni. If Nocioni walked down the street right now, I probably wouldn't notice him.
No, nobody
He's
would.
He's pretty nondescript.
I feel like there's a way I should be able to change that happening.
What was that Lord of the Rings question?
Matt, did you know about the wind? Were you able to warn us? I had no idea this wind was going to come the way it did.
Yeah, I actually did know about the wind. I did. We've been talking about it for a couple of days. And
is it over?
No, it's not going to be as bad as it was yesterday for the rest of the week, but it's still going to be heavy. I think into tomorrow, from what I understand. I don't work in the weather department though, so now you're getting station secrets. Okay,
hang on, guys. So happy that you're here with us on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. We're thrilled if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Become a subscriber over there. Jump in the chat house and see our man Matt George in his new Lord of the Rings lair that he promised was coming. Got the LED lights around the picture and the whole deal. Matt George, of course, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt, always good to have you, my man.
Hey, good to be here. So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes on Lord of the Rings. All right. So what's your guys' favorite moment from each movie? The best part from the books that didn't make it into the movie? Let's just dive right into it. We'll start with you, Kenny.
Is that where Smeagol is? Is that Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
Is that what it's called, Smeagol?
Yes, Smeagol is AKA Gollum.
Oh, well,
I have no idea
that's all I got.
Going on.
I'm proud of you for having that because D'Lo has absolutely no clue.
A Hobbit is Lord of the Rings, right? A Hobbit is a Lord of the Rings reference.
Yes, but I don't really count that because the Hobbit is a book.
Oh,
so
that's like noting the title.
I got nothing then, Matt.
Help me out here. This may be insulting to you, Matt, but I'm not trying to. What's the difference between Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter?
Oh, my heart with a question like that. That's just poor J.R. Tolkien with a question like that. No disrespect to J.K. Rowling, but J.R. Tolkien is the master that is Lord of the Rings. J.R. Tolkien creates worlds that J.K. Rowling and everybody else, George R. Martin, they all wish that they could create worlds like J.R. Tolkien. Okay, where do we even start with that? I don't think you want me to take the show down that deep of a rabbit hole, but no, the Lord of the Rings, I mean, J.R. Tolkien not only created an entire world and different species and the amazing storyline that is the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit and the Silmarillion, he also created full languages. That's not a joke. He actually created languages in Middle Earth, which he created. So I'll just scratch the surface and leave it with that before you fall asleep.
Did he create Harlem in the early 90s, though?
But who's better, John Singleton or the Hughes brothers?
That's not fair.
That's a great question.
That's not fair.
It's an easy answer. The answer
Harry Potter's made for children and teenagers. Lord of the Rings is made for men.
Well, there you have it, folks. Lord of the Rings is made for men.
I'm out of here.
Matt George, he is a man. Well, to somebody he is. He is a man who covers the Sacramento Kings, and we saw the Kings win again last night. And I feel like we're getting to the point where Kings fans almost feel like they have to apologize for being happy that the team is winning 3 preseason games here. But I think there's some legitimate good things to come out of these 3 games.
Absolutely. And can we stop it with the but every single time a positive is brought up about the Sacramento Kings? Look, we know the context of it being preseason. We know Dame and CJ didn't play last night. We know the Clippers only had Paul George for the first half. We know Chris Paul and Devin Booker didn't play for the Phoenix Suns. Nobody is going to try and sell you the fact that the Kings are better than those 3 teams, and no one's going to try and pretend that the Kings beat those 3 teams or defensively they look so much better, but they have played the best of the best from each of those 3 teams. No one's trying to sell you that. but there's no need to but every single positive that we take away from preseason. I asked on my most recent podcast, like, what are you looking for in preseason? Because I guarantee you, if it were the other way, if it was flipped, if this Kings team was 0-3 right now, the same people would be freaking out and losing their minds that this team is incapable of winning a game. So 3-0, no, it doesn't matter. Final scores do not matter. But what does matter to me is the Kings are handling their business and winning comfortably against rosters that they should be better than, which is something that we've seen this team struggle with for the last 15 years. How many freaking times have we talked about this team playing to the level of their competition? I could count on 20 freaking hands the amount of games the Kings should have won, even in the Golden One Center era, should have won that they lost because they didn't show up, only the next night to show up and take the prime Golden State Warriors to double overtime and nearly beat them. Like, that's been an issue with this Kings team. So the fact that, no, they can't control who they're playing, but they can control how they play against those teams. And the fact that the Kings have had 3 double-digit leads in all 3 of these games, have won relatively comfortably. But again, the final score doesn't matter. But in addition to that, one thing that stood out to me that I'll continue to point out is in all 3 games, the Kings have held their opponents to under 30 points in 3 out of 4 quarters in all 3 games. Again, I don't care if the best players aren't playing. That's what the team should be doing. You don't need to but that. We know the context. You're seeing what you should be seeing from this Kings team at this point in the preseason. What more can you ask for at this point?
Absolutely nothing else. You were spot on with that, Matt. The other thing we kind of, got my attention, as you said, nobody's saying that they're going to be better than Phoenix. Nobody said they're going to be better than the Clippers. Nobody says they're going to be better than Portland because of what's going on. I don't know. They might be better than the Clippers and the Portland Trailblazers. I am of the belief that this team is built differently than what we've seen in the past. They're deeper. They have more NBA-ready guys that are ready to produce at a average to high level straight off the top. And I don't know, you're looking at Portland, a team that I think is on a decline. You're looking at the Clippers, who's a team dealing with their best player or second, whatever, their best player, Kawhi Leonard, not being there. They might be better than those 2 teams.
Yeah, guys, of course we're doing Kings talk here, and I agree with you, Kenny. It's easy. Well, it's not easy, but it's understandable to make an argument that, okay, the Kings might be better than the Los Angeles Clippers because they're missing Kawhi, and who knows how good that team is going to be, even though I still have faith in Paul George and the ability of that team to still be like a middle of the pack Western Conference team. I'm expecting them to be at best a 4th seed, but at worst like an 8th seed. I still think they're going to be just fine. Portland, they have the Damian Lillard drama, and they've continued to struggle to surround him. They deal with injuries. They have a lack of depth. So I'm willing to listen to arguments about that, but it surprised me the amount of conversations that I've had with some of our national Locked On hosts, Locked On NBA hosts, and some hosts from the Eastern Conference that aren't really believers in the Phoenix Suns, who think that they're kind of a flash in the pan team from last season who, Chris Paul's another year older, and will he be able to stay healthy? And DeAndre Ayton, Devin Booker, I thought personally made the step next year to be, okay, that is their group. Those are their guys going forward, and they're going to be very, very good for many years to come. But now we're seeing even hesitation with the Phoenix Suns to pay DeAndre Ayton the money that he's looking for with the max money. So I'm curious your guys' thoughts on the Phoenix Suns, because the more people I talk to, it's like 50-50 or maybe even 60-40 non-believers in Phoenix, which I think is really interesting.
But non-believers in what sense? In getting back to the finals or being a playoff team?
I think playoff team for sure. I think it's getting back to the finals, and 2, finishing as highly as they did. Like most people I hear talk about the Phoenix Suns as potentially being in the mix for a high seed play-in, like 7 or 8, maybe even 6 and 5, just scratching out of that, which shocked me because I still think they're a top 4 team in the West.
I think I lean with you, Matt. I still think they're a top 4 team for sure.
Yeah.
And Kenny, maybe it's not the lightning in a bottle that they had last year, but that's still a good ball club.
Right. Yeah, I think they're a good ball club. Devin Booker alone being one of the premier scorers in the game, even if Chris Paul were to go down with some type of injury, I think he'd beat enough. DeAndre Ayton, I think people kind of jump out the window with DeAndre a little bit, but I still think he's a damn good young center in this game.
Well, it's not just DeAndre though; it's your boy too, Mikal Bridges. They're trying to figure out how to pay.
He won $20 million a year.
Told you it was going to happen. We talked about that.
$20 million a year from Mikal Bridges.
Yo, success breeds the desire for the bag.
Yeah. So I think Phoenix is a good team. I think they're a legit playoff team. I don't see them in a playing situation, but I probably agree with some of those other people that they were a 2 seed last year. I don't know if they'll be a 2 seed again this year.
The Locked On Podcast Network, a couple of months ago, we did our version of our ultimate mock draft where we, right before the draft started, and actually D'Lo was part of the show. He was our Odyssey expert for Sacramento and analyzed the selection that I made. And we're doing something relatively similar on the Locked On Podcast Network where we, it's like our ultimate season preview. And we broke up teams in different groups. There was like the contenders, the title hunters, there were the tankers, there were the teams that were on the cusp. And that's where the Sacramento Kings were thrown in with 5 other teams. So we actually just recorded that roundtable last night. That's going to be out on Friday, where you get the Locked On NBA podcast. I thought it was a really interesting conversation with how many of those teams are in a similar situation. And it got me excited because, especially in the Western Conference, I think the difference between maybe even seed 6 and seed 11, I think is going to be 4 or 5 games max, or 6 games max. It's going to be really, really tight and really muddy in the middle of the Western Conference, which is exciting from the standpoint of, man, if the Kings can stay in the hunt and get hot at the right time, who knows how far they can boost themselves up the standings. But at the same time, too, we could get, if the Kings do make their way into the play-in, we could get some very, very interesting matchups. And I wanted to make sure I asked you guys and those in the chat house and those listening, because we talked about this at the end of our roundtable. Like, if you had to pick and choose, it's a single elimination game. Kings win and they're in the playoffs. Kings lose and they're out. Of the non-tanking teams in the Western Conference, which team would you feel most confident with the Kings facing in that single elimination? Let's assume the Kings had home court advantage. Like, which of those teams on the cusp do you think the Kings would be most confident in facing?
Off the top of my head, I would say Memphis.
Memphis was one of mine. Memphis was one of mine because they match up. Even though Memphis got there and figured it out and did it last year, I mean, the Kings have had a lot of
the year before.
Correct. And the Kings have had a lot of success. I mean, De'Aaron Fox owns his matchup with John Morant, no matter how many people want to label John more of a star.
Don't tell anyone.
Yeah. But the Kings absolutely own those matchups. Well, they're 3-2 in the De'Aaron Fox versus John Morant era between those two teams, but the numbers between Fox and Ja aren't even remotely close. And I've said it many times, including on this show. Give De'Aaron Fox that stage, he's going to shine brighter than Ja did last season. So I like that matchup a lot, Kenny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I assume the Pelicans are probably in this conversation as well. I don't know if the Minnesota Timberwolves are in this conversation. Those teams, as they're laid out, neither one of them, in the situation you presented, concern me. You know what I mean? And then now we're talking about after 82 games playing in a 1-game play-in scenario where they're on their way to the playoffs. If they wind up winning and they're playing at home, I'd take that matchup just a bout versus anyone.
The Portland Trailblazers could be there. The Golden State Warriors could be there. And hell, based off of how last season went, the Dallas Mavericks could be there. And the Kings owned the Dallas Mavericks last year. So maybe that's a group that potentially works their way into that conversation. But I've had a lot of fun with that hypothetical.
I think Portland's going to be there for sure.
Sorry, Portland. Dallas was 42-30 last year. I know you. Are you and Kenny in the same I hate Dallas station wagon?
I mean, there's a natural reason not to like that team, but I don't think it's worth making a music video over. I think it's worth making 2 music videos over. But I'm significantly unimpressed with the Dallas Mavericks, especially their just overall lack of depth, which is humorous based off of what the Kings look like coming into last season. And I don't know what Kristaps Porzingis and Luka Doncic are going to look like. Like, if I'm looking at teams to fall out of the Western Conference potentially that the Kings could replace, or other teams that are out could replace, Dallas is somewhere on that list, not number 1 or number 2 maybe, but they're higher up more than I have them a secured playoff team. But there could be a little bit of hater in there for sure.
I got Portland in that play-in. So they're going to fall out of the top 6 and be in the play-in situation. And to be honest with you, I did not name them in there because if you're in a one-game situation, I don't want to see Dame in a one-game situation.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Or as Will Griffith points out, Jason Kidd is that bad of a coach. Could be, that could be part of the scenario too.
Yeah.
That's obviously, and you referenced it kind of in passing. That's a team that's maybe a stretch to say they're in transition, but they're in something. Like you change your president of basketball operations, you change your head coach. You're kind of shifting in philosophy a little bit if you're the Dallas Mavericks. There's a change in something. So to think that they're just going to walk out there and be 42-30 again, probably a stretch, or whatever the 82 game equivalent of that is, or there is an outside chance that they're better. I don't think that they're better.
Yeah, I don't think they're better at all. And knock on wood, because
Luka's going to win the MVP. I don't know if anyone's told you yet, but that's been preordained.
The Mavericks just need to go 38 and whatever that is, and they'll give them the MVP.
He willed them to the 11th seed.
Of course. Well, knock on wood, because I'm not certainly rooting for this, but the Dallas Mavericks are one Luka Doncic injury away from being worse than the Kings, the Timberwolves, and like they're one injury away, and I'm not rooting for that at all.
No, for sure.
But that team just, to me, has nothing outside of the amazingness that is Luka Doncic, and that's a lot of weight to put on the shoulders of a man who may be already a little too heavy.
We didn't mention, he could have gone Nikola Jokic over the offseason, and he comes back and he's skinny Luka.
He didn't.
Jokic is likable, though. Yeah, Jokic is likable. I like Jokic. I love Jokic.
Is he?
I think Jokic is great.
Oh, that's breaking news here on. Okay, that's true. That's accurate. None of us mentioned San Antonio in that. Are they out of it? Where did they rank with that Locked On roundtable that you did?
Yeah, they were in the tanking category, and I think it's just because which is weird to say because Greg Popovich is still there. So anytime it's almost like a Greg Popovich write-in for in the conversation. But that team is in such transition. They've lost DeMar DeRozan, they've lost Rudy Gay. That team is just in massive transition right now, and they have a bunch of young players. Maybe they do overperform. We've seen it before, so it wouldn't necessarily shock me. And they're not in the bowels of the Western Conference, like where I'd put OKC and maybe even Houston. Like OKC is on a tier of their own, in my opinion, and maybe I think Houston's going to be better than people realize, but still not good. I think Houston will probably be better than San Antonio, in my opinion. But again, the Greg Popovich effect, I can't write them off completely. But they're in the tankers category, which I think they belong in, at least this year in the West.
Let me ask you a little bit more about these Kings, man. And I'm not sitting here trying to have the great debate about who's better or whatever the case may be. Everybody knows where I stand, and that doesn't mean the other guy's a scrub. But Terence Davis, do you think he's earned minutes and consistent minutes on this team with what he's shown in the preseason so far?
I think consistent is the right word. And I asked Terence about this after the game last night because we know he's a microwave. And when he gets going, he can score a lot of points really, really quickly. And the Kings have a very dynamic option in Terence Davis coming off the bench when he gets going. And he admitted, he's like, yeah, I've been working hard this offseason to be more consistent in my game. And I think if he becomes more consistently reliable with, I don't expect him to have the first half that he had in Portland last night every single night, because then he'd work his way into like a 6-man or starter conversation, which I think is just too much to ask for. But if you can count on 10 to 12 points and upwards of 38 to 40% from 3-point range from Terence Davis, basically on a nightly basis, hell yeah, he's earned minutes. And we've talked about it before, Kenny. I know you already think TD is better than Buddy Hield. I think what we saw last night still proves, and he's proven really since day one that he got here in Sacramento, is that he is a cheap and capable Buddy Hield replacement. And Buddy Hield doesn't play in last night's game. Terence Davis comes in, steps up, and provides that offensive spark off the bench. So I just like the versatility that he gives Sacramento off the bench, because he can provide that microwave scoring that you get from Buddy Hield, but he also adds defense and an ability to attack the basket. So consistency is the big thing for Terence, but he's more than earned the opportunity to show that he can be consistent. I think that's where I'm at with him.
We're really pushing that nickname a bit hard, aren't we?
What, TD?
The microwave.
Oh, I just know that as a like microwave scorer is a label in
El Caballo Loco over here.
I know James told us last week. I don't remember. I know James said he had to explain to Terence Davis who the microwave was. I can't remember where that nickname originated from
Denny
during
Johnson.
practice. Was it? Who was it?
Oh, you mean the original microwave or
No. Who labeled Terence Davis the microwave last week?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I just remember James Ham had said he had to explain.
I think it was one of the
Terence
reporters.
Davis. It was probably James Ham, for goodness sakes.
And he was like, I didn't know who that was.
Is there's no situation though, like that's kind of what this all boils down to. This is all great hypothetical if Buddy's not here. Buddy is here. He's a member of the Sacramento Kings. Maybe another question is there a scenario where Terence Davis overtakes Buddy on the proverbial depth chart? Because that I can't quite envision.
I think that's possible, but I don't think we're there yet. Kenny, you might disagree. Kenny, you might think that
Kenny was there last year.
Yeah, right.
Well,
right.
look, I think we're there talent wise, but I also understand as long as Buddy Hield is here. Like I think we're there to say, okay, we can move on from Buddy Hield because we have Terence Davis. If Buddy Hield is here, I understand completely that he's going to get all the opportunities to be that, have that role, and Terence Davis is going to kind of get the scraps in that respect.
Yeah, I already think that Buddy Hield is what Harrison Barnes was as like a trade chip at the deadline last season is what I think Buddy Hield is going to be this season. Now I'm hoping he also has the positive play and the success that Harrison had last year to boost his value even more. But just the difference in $22 million in 1 year with 2 years left versus $20 million this year going down to 18. That's just a massive difference in the eyes of. Actually, I'm sorry, I messed that up. He's at 22 this year, and it's 20 and 18 the next 2 years. That's a massive difference in people's mind. It's only a 2-year commitment versus a 3-year commitment for a player like Buddy, who we all readily admit is overpaid. So I already think he's going to be a massive trade chip come the deadline or around the deadline. The addition of Terence Davis here in Sacramento makes it even more likely, in my opinion, that Buddy Hield is shopped or Buddy Hield is gone because, like I've already talked about, his replacement is here and he's cheaper in Terence. Now, Terence is not going to give you everything that Buddy can give you in terms of just a lights out incredible when Buddy's on from 3-point range. Good luck, everybody else. But I guarantee you, Terence Davis can happily step into a game and take 13 threes a night.
Yeah, but how many of those games actually happen?
What the Buddy? You mean the Buddy?
The Buddy moments, like you could probably, like you can probably remember. And I'm not insinuating they're not there. I'm genuinely asking how many are there. There's only a couple, man, and it's like we're paying this guy $22 million a year, just hoping we get a couple of those a year. Like, no, man, that ain't it.
They happened a lot more often when he was under Dave Yeager and right before he got that contract than it happens right now, which is not obviously all on his shoulders. But to answer your question, like the last time I remember Buddy Hield tying together like really, really good offensive performances was like when he carried the Kings in back-to-back Celtics games. And the second one was, I think, right after Kobe's passing. So
he had a stretch last year where he played 2-3 good games in a row, and then he didn't. Like and then he didn't. But you mentioned the Dave Yeager thing. Why do you think he was so much more effective?
Because I think he had an established role that was more than just, hey, every time the ball touches your hand, put it up. Like I think he played very, very comfortably next to De'Aaron Fox. One, he didn't have the reputation then that he does today, to where teams know as soon as Buddy touches the ball, just crowd him and basically get in his jersey. Like everybody does it now and forces Buddy to put the ball on the floor, which he didn't have to do too often a couple of years ago. But also we saw the Kings getting Buddy Hield the ball in fast break situations for catch and shoot. And for God's sakes, we saw the Kings run some off-ball sets for Buddy every once in a while, which they don't seem to want to do anymore. Now they will a handful of times. Well, they did last season. They started implementing, but the first season under Luke Walton, they weren't doing that at all because they were having Buddy bring the ball up the floor half the freaking time. Now that Tyrese Halliburton is here and Davion Mitchell's here, in addition to De'Aaron Fox, hopefully we're going to see even more off-ball screen Buddy Hield, which I think is a big difference. But I mean, the way Buddy plays, how the freedom that Buddy played with Dave Yeager, we haven't seen since. And I don't know how much of that is on Walton or how much of that is on Buddy. It's obviously a combination of both. But if you just go back and watch highlights of Buddy that season, when he was starting alongside De'Aaron, but playing freely, the way he played then versus how he plays now is just significantly different with the eye test alone.
Well, I put it squarely on Buddy Hield, because you look at the way he plays. You look at the way he plays, and that's on him. Like, he's the one just chucking up threes all the time. And it's not, I'm pretty sure Luke Walton isn't saying, don't cross that 3-point line, only shoot threes. Like, there's times with the plays they run where, he's coming tight off these screens. It's a wide open lane. Then he pulls up from 3 at the top of the key all the time. The ironic thing about Buddy Hield, and my views on Buddy Hield, is, said it numerous times, as a starter, those kind of things kill you. You know what I mean? The role that he looks to be in this year, coming off the bench, doing that, I think is a perfect role for him. You want to talk about a microwave? He was born to be a microwave. You know what I mean? And him coming off the bench with the role of, let me see if my shot is on tonight. Let me try and get going that way. But what I do or don't do doesn't ultimately hurt the team, because they can get me out of here in a heartbeat. I think that's going to help his game out, help him relax a little bit more. And I think it's going to help the team out. I think that's going to be a good role for him.
Go ahead, Matt. I was just going to make a bad microwave joke, but go ahead.
I think you said there, unless I just imagine that you use this word, Kenny, is I think you said relaxed. And I think that's an interesting word, because we've seen Buddy have success, and it doesn't surprise me at all that Dave Yeager found success with Buddy Hield off the bench. It doesn't surprise me at all that a couple seasons ago, or was it last season? No, it was a couple seasons ago, Luke Walton found success with Buddy coming off the bench and Bogdanovic starting, because Buddy could kind of ease into the game. He could come in and facing second string and bench talent, he could let the game come to him a little bit more, versus how many times as a starter do we see the Kings try and run a play for Buddy first or second possession to try and get him going. And if the shot's off, that could have an effect on him for at least the rest of the first half. And he'll try and shoot his way out of that slump, to his credit. I've never had an issue with the Kings wanting more from Buddy Hield after they paid him. Like, as soon as he got paid $24 million and had that 4-year contract, I had no problem with Luke Walton saying, we need more out of you than just shooting. Except now it seems like it's completely transitioned to, we only need shooting out of you and absolutely nothing else. So I know you say, like, you put that on Buddy Hield, and I understand that he's still the one shooting the basketball, but the amount of times that Luke Walton has got a question about the high volume of threes, Buddy is said, and Luke's answer is always the same. Well, we want Buddy shooting those shots. If the ball's in Buddy's hands, it's going up. I'm expecting it to go in. So the Kings are enabling that kind of behavior from Buddy, maybe because they don't see him being effective any other way than hitting a lot of threes and hoping that he gets hot. I'm not saying anybody's blameless in Buddy Hield's decline, really, since he signed that contract. But I do think what we see in Terence Davis is that Buddy Hield, what we know Buddy Hield to be for this Kings team, is replaceable. Plus, you get a little bit more potentially from TD.
I will say this, though, in defense of Luke Walton, is we know now. Yep, give it to me. Yes, sir. We know now that Luke Walton isn't going to say anything less. Regardless of what he's saying in practice and in the locker room, you ask him about Buddy Hield, he's going to say, oh, we love that from Buddy. He's a great three-point shooter. He could be cursing Buddy out in the locker room and telling him how ridiculous it is that he keeps doing that. When we talk to Luke, he's going to say just that. And Jason Jones was on here the other day, and he brought up one of the Charlotte games last year where Buddy took a ill-advised 3, and he said, I know for a fact they didn't want him to take that shot, and they were pissed that he took the shot. They're almost pissed at the person who passed him the ball, because you knew what Buddy was about to do, so why did you pass him the ball? So I think I want him to get back to the Yeager years where he had a variation in his offensive game, and I think that'll help him out a lot. I don't know if he can be that guy again. I don't know. In the first 2 preseason games, it doesn't look like he's interested in being that type of guy. But if he could get back to having an inside-out game and having variations to the way that he gets his shots up, I think he could be super successful off the bench.
Well, guys, Buddy Hield has played in 2 preseason games. He's played a grand total of 45 minutes, and he's taken 26 threes. So, and he's 7 for 26 in those 26 threes. So I think Buddy Hield has one clear role, and that's about it.
I mean, it is kind of impressive. Like, let's be honest. That's an impressive ratio. You mentioned when the Kings signed the contract with you felt like Luke Walton wanted more from Buddy Hield after that contract was fine. You signed and you had no problem with Luke Walton going to Buddy saying, "Hey, we want more from you now that we've got you locked up long term." Do you feel that that's the case with Richaun Holmes?
Yes, in a weird way. Like it's with Richaun Holmes, it's almost like we demand more of the same, but we need more rebounding and rim protection, I think is where the asks come from. I don't think that it's really necessary for the Kings to ask more offensively out of him. The push shot is automatic. You'd love to see him expand his range, but at the same time too, we know Luke Walton and the Kings coaching staff are also kind of holding the reins and pulling Richaun back a little bit when it comes to 3-point attempts and 3-point opportunities, because we know Richaun works on that part of his game. So I don't think Richaun has gotten the green light from coaching staff to shoot as many threes as maybe he wants to be that floor spacer. But in getting that new contract, I think it comes with the expectation of Richaun, you're going to keep doing what you're doing because we love you. And to this point, you've been an incredible value contract. We want you to continue being a value contract by being even better than you were even after getting paid. And how does Richaun Holmes get better? It's being a more consistent rebounder, and it's becoming a reliable rim protector. I don't think he's ever going to get to like vintage Serge Ibaka levels of rim protection or anything like that. But if the man can average a couple blocks a game and, more importantly, just change shots when guards work their way into the paint, that's a major difference for this Kings team. And then have the ability to secure the defensive rebound afterwards.
This could be absolutely nothing. But does Richaun Holmes look a little off in these preseason games to you?
Yeah, he was one of the biggest negatives that I saw being pointed out about last night's game. Now, he was going up against an absolute tree in Yusuf Nurkic, and we've seen Richaun struggle in the past with those bigger bigs, which is why I think the addition of Alex Len is so tremendously important in the minutes Alex Len can provide when you take on a team like the Blazers, which people forget. When Alex Len was with the Sacramento Kings, he had a little issue with CJ McCollum towards the end of that season where he got into a shoving match with CJ McCollum. So that's another reason to just love Alex Len. Of course, CJ didn't play in last night's game, but that's where I think Alex Len is extremely important when the Kings have those matchups against a Nurkic or a Jokic. Even though Jokic likes to take guys away from the basket, I think Richaun could be a little more useful there. The Los Angeles Lakers with Dwight Howard down low and the size that they have. So that's why I think the addition of Alex Len is so important for this Kings team, because Richaun, as athletic as he is, as fun as he is, he's undersized as a big, and those big centers have historically punished him down low.
Does Tristan Thompson fit in that category also?
I think he does, just because of his IQ and ability to crash the glass just based off of that alone. But I would call anytime Tristan Thompson gets minutes against those bigger guys, I would call it a mismatch for the most part. So versus Alex Len, I don't necessarily call it a mismatch. I expect those starting centers to be better than Alex Len. Don't get me twisted. But in terms of pound for pound, center for center, I think Alex Len matches up with those guys versus Tristan Thompson or Richaun Holmes. To me, they are mismatches. But Tristan has made a career out of understanding how to take advantage of maybe his quickness and his positioning to secure rebounds and not just rely on brute strength like those guys have to.
Are you surprised by what you're seeing offensively from Davion Mitchell so far in these preseason games? We all know what he was able to do on the defensive end and what he continues to do. But 20 points last night. I think he was 6 of 9 from beyond the arc. He had a really good game offensively against the Clippers. Are you surprised by this, or is it kind of what you expected?
I wish I could say I wasn't, but that's not true. I absolutely am surprised by what I've seen, and spent a lot of time talking with. I had an assistant coach from Baylor on Locked On Kings about a week or two after Davion was drafted, and one of the first things I talked to him about was, "Hey, Davion, all of a sudden, his final year at Baylor has this 40+% 3-point shooting year after shooting in the low 30s for his entire college career. Like, was this an anomaly, and what happened?" And he shared with me that the lockout. Well, lockout's not the right term. When everything was shut down because of COVID, there were only a certain amount of players that you could have in the practice facility. And they would say, or they shared that Davion was in the practice facility every day with a couple of their equipment managers in Baylor rebounding for him. And he would just get shots up and work on his shooting stroke, trying to speed up that shooting stroke. And we saw the results in a condensed college season. And now we're starting to see it to some capacity in preseason. I mean, 6 of 9 from 3-point range last night. And I think he's like 10 of 16 for all of the preseason, which I don't know. I mean, that's over 50%. I don't expect that to carry over into the NBA at all. But I'll say what I said on the podcast last night. If Davion Mitchell is that 40, even high 30s, but 40 plus 3-point shooter that he was, or 3-point percent shooter that he was in college, he's immediately a high impact player for the Sacramento Kings. He already was defensively, but you add an extra layer onto that to where you don't have to hide him offensively. He spaces the floor enough to where you can get away with playing him alongside Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, and teams have to respect him. And then you add some improved playmaking to that, and I'm very interested to see how he looks at the end of the season as a playmaker versus how he looks right now. Like, there's no way in my mind this guy's not in a starting role conversation. Like, truth be told, if he's that 40% 3-point shooter, improved playmaking with the defense that he provides, he's a top 3 draft pick for the second year in a row. Monty McNair is going to have a guy that finishes in the top 3 in Rookie of the Year voting. And the Kings are. Luke Walton has a very serious problem of, okay, we've talked a lot about this 3-guard lineup. Now we damn well have to implement it, because there's no way I can get away with bringing this guy off the bench or not playing him 30-plus minutes a night. And I think Davion's going to be in that conversation very quickly. I think Davion should be playing almost 30 minutes a night immediately off the bench now. Like, that's how good he is.
I mean, Tyrese was pretty close to that happening at the start of last season. So, and he didn't have this preseason in Summer League to really, I mean, he had a preseason, but certainly not the caliber of what Davion Mitchell had. So that'll be interesting. Minute rotations will certainly be interesting to watch as the season gets underway 1 week from tomorrow. With that said, and as we close out here in the final minute and some change, is there anything you want to see headed into Thursday? Or are you just put your head down, let's get through this Lakers game and let's get to Portland next Wednesday?
Stay healthy, more of the same. I hope Marvin Bagley plays and shows me something, because he hasn't looked bad in any of the preseason games, but he also hasn't looked any better. And, you know, it's funny. I read the injury report that Marvin wasn't playing because of an injury, and I know that's more precaution than the Kings than anything else, but I honestly shrugged. I was like, okay, like that's where I'm at with Marvin Bagley. Is if I see an injury report that says Marvin Bagley's out tonight, I'm like, all right, 2 years ago, it was, oh, damn, the Kings' potential second best player is out. And that's like, that just says where Marvin Bagley is with this Kings team. Yeah. I would love Marvin Bagley to be available to play, because Kenny, like you and I have talked about, the Kings are a better team, and their best chance for success is Marvin Bagley playing and playing well. But they've been able to have some semblance of success without him, to where if he's not available, it's like, all right, fine. And then another thing in addition to that I want to mention too is, De'Aaron has not played starter minutes. He shouldn't be playing starter minutes. He's only played in like the low to max mid 20s. So that will have an effect on this. He's only gotten to the free throw line 10 times in 3 preseason games, which I want that number to go up. But he's a perfect 10 of 10 from the free throw line, which is fantastic. Like and that's the bet. If anybody is butting that, a free throw is the same in preseason as it is during the regular season. If that man can shoot, he's not going to shoot 100% from the free throw line, but if he shoots 80+%, the next level, that's going to take his game. And we talk about potentially really one stat alone boosting him into an all-star spot, a legitimate all-star spot in the Western Conference. That can be it with how much he's able to get to the free throw line. So I don't want him to sacrifice his body or anything and potentially get hurt, but I'd like to see him get to the line 6 to 8 times in the limited minutes that he plays, and hopefully continue to shoot a perfect percentage.
Yeah.
Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. We're not done talking Kings over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kenny and I are going to sit down with Matt right now to record an episode of that Locked On Kings podcast. So if you want to head over to Twitch or YouTube, you could do that. If you're on the radio, we appreciate you so much for being with us. High stakes tonight. It's the Giants and the Dodgers. Are we talking about the National League Championship Series tomorrow? Ooh, tune in to social media. It could be an eventful night for D-Lo and KC. Make sure that you're back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
All right, talk amongst yourselves for a minute, and then we'll come back. Matt, you let me know what you want to do, but I gotta run to the restroom real quick. So
do your thing.
Talk to the chat house.
Hi, chat house.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Kenny, so to me, I don't know if there could have been a more impressive way for the Giants to win than how they did last night. In enemy territory, to win 1-0 against Scherzer in a pitcher's duel. Like everything last night, if you had told me how the game was going to go without telling me which team was 1 and which team was nothing, I would have told you 9 times out of 10, the Dodgers won that game if it's playing out that way.
Yeah.
Like, I think you talk about a demoralizing loss. Now, I'm not expecting the Dodgers to completely fold tonight, but if I'm a Dodgers fan and I see that's how they lose, and that's how I would talk about wind being taken out of my sail. That's like the equivalent of if De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings team got to the playoffs and had a game 7 against an old team like the Lakers, and the Lakers defeated them by getting out in transition and out hustling them. Like that's how I would feel. It's like they played our game and we still lost type thing. So I don't know if it could have been better.
And the thing about it is, if I'm the Dodgers, that's the one that I had guaranteed. I'm going to win my Scherzer start. You know what I mean? I just got to find a way to win 2 other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then you lose the Scherzer game. And it's not even like he got beat up. He pitched fantastic. He pitched a gem. 1 run on 7 innings, I think 10 or 11 strikeouts. He was fantastic. And you still can't win that one. I would, if I was a Dodger fan, I would feel very, very nervous about the rest of the series, because the Scherzer one, that's the one you almost came in knowing that you were going to win.
Oh, good. D'Lo's back perfectly in time. I'm going to wait for him to put his headphones in, because I was thinking about this a little bit earlier today. Rank these 3 Giants playoff moments. It's Pablo's multi-home run game. That was the World Series, right? When he had the multiple home runs against, was it Detroit?
Yeah.
There's Madison Bumgarner. Did he come out of the bullpen after only 1 day's rest or something like that to win a World Series? And then the Brandon Crawford game-saving jumping catch last night. How would you rank those 3 Giants playoff moments? Because I know you talked about that being one of the best Giants playoff moments of all time, and I know it's just the opening round of the NBA playoffs, but we're also talking about arguably the biggest playoff series in Giants history, taking on this damn good Dodgers team. So I don't know.
Well, everything is behind Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was badass.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We ain't never gonna see nothing like that again. Pablo, even though Pablo was did something that only 4 people have done in the game, 3 home runs in a World Series game.
Oh, it was 3. That's right. It wasn't even 2.
Yeah.
It's 3.
3 home runs in a World Series game. That was game 1. And I don't know, Brandon Crawford, out of those 3 plays, Brandon Crawford might end up going ahead of Pablo.
Wow.
He might end up going ahead of Pablo. That was one of the great plays in Giants playoff history. One of the greats.
I agree with you. I just think it's interesting because I think a lot of most people would have just picked Pablo simply because of the stage, it being World Series versus the opening round of the playoffs. But like I just said, you kind of dismiss that when it's these 2 teams and how good these 2 teams were facing off, which is I know Giants fans are probably going to celebrate it when the Giants win their 3rd game in advance. But it sucks that this is not a best of 7 series. I want more. I want more. It should be
a best of 7. It's not over yet. We need one more. One more. One more stop. One more stop. It's not over yet. Humble hearts. Humble hearts.
Can I read something to you guys real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shams. Kyrie Irving believes he is fighting for something bigger than basketball. And the unintended consequences are his mission are conflicting with his career and his franchise, the Brooklyn Nets. Fast forward a little bit. Multiple sources with direct knowledge of Irving's decision have told The Athletic that Irving is not anti-vaccine and that his stance is that he is upset that people are losing their jobs due to vaccine mandates. It's a stance that Irving has explained to close teammates. To him, this is about a grander fight than the one on the court, and Irving is challenging a perceived control of society and people's livelihoods, according to sources with knowledge of Irving's mindset. Fucking told you, dude. I told you.
I go back and forth with Kyrie because I was super team Kyrie and defended Kyrie back in the play-in, or not the play-in, back in the bubble when he talked about not wanting to play, or I can't remember what it was, and fans were getting upset at him saying like, "Oh, we pay your salary" type thing. You need to be playing and blah blah blah. And so, and I was totally team player in the terms of if you're not comfortable during a global pandemic playing in this bubble right now, then absolutely don't play. That's completely your prerogative. And in the same way, it's like, am I being hypocritical for not having that same stance for what Kyrie is right now? But at the same time, too, like, I can't remember who said it, but I feel like what Kyrie stands for right now, even if he doesn't realize it, is dangerous. And what he enables is kind of dangerous with the vaccination stuff. Even if he says he's not anti-vax, he's clearly not pro-vax, which is what we probably should be. So it's just messy. I give so much props to the Brooklyn Nets for making that tough decision, though. Like I was afraid they weren't going to. I was afraid they were going to pick winning and that over everything else. So that was a big plus.
Kyrie, everybody knows I like Kyrie. I like the player more than anything, but he's tripping on this one, man. He's tripping. He's doing too much.
Yeah.
What do you want from us, Matt? Do you want to sign off, say goodbye to the chat house, and log into some sort of Matt George link?
Yeah, so I'll shoot you guys a link. I'll probably just drop it like in a DM on Twitter for you guys to jump in, and we'll just knock this out in 15, 20 minutes. And housers, chatty, whatever you guys are.
Wow.
That'll get you over, Matt. That'll get you over.
I can't speak, and I talk for a living. You guys come check out tomorrow's Locked On Kings. Actually, it'll drop later tonight, but check out our next episode because D-Lo, KC, and I are going to talk about some stuff, especially when it comes to Marvin Bagley. So it's based off of a conversation that you guys had with James Ham last week that inspired me. So I'm excited to do it.
Sounds
very
good.
Cool. Let's
check that out.
Let's kill this real quick. Let's remind everybody. Appreciate you. I know that this meant shout out. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Come on, Maddie. Put some respect on it.
He asked for some. There you go. Tomatoes.
There you go. You got the tomatoes. Got the tomatoes. Remember, Giants win. Giants win. DeLoandKC.com. 30% sale. And the brand new rosé line drops tonight. If the Giants close out the Dodgers, we drop the never before seen rosé line over at DeLoandKC.com. We'll put the promo code on Twitter. Actually, the promo code's BeatLA. That's the promo code right there. As soon as we wrap up with Matt, we'll get everything set. And if it happens, we're live. That's how we roll. The second that final, not the second the final out happens because I'm streaming. So probably about 2 minutes after the final out, it'll be live. So make sure you're locked in there, DeLoandKC.com. Make sure you're locked in to all of our social media channels. Thanks for the love today. Thanks for getting us through that Gruden segment. Thanks for hitting the thumbs up. We appreciate you so much. Don't watch this video on your way out, and we'll see you here tomorrow at noon.
Holla.